Section 32 of Destiny, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Destiny, Volume 2 by Susan Edmonstone Ferrier. Chapter 32. Although the distance between Oakley House and the cottage was in reality short, it was lengthened to a considerable space by the beautiful diversity of the ground which intervened, and to which the walks and drives had been judiciously adapted. Edith could not help contrasting in her own mind, as she walked along, the difference between the sylvan graces of an English home scene such as this, and the more picturesque beauties of her own Highland domain. At the dear recollection of Glenroy, her heart flew back to the loved haunts of its early days, and the thoughts of the present were all suspended, while again she lived over the past. The gay visions of her childhood rose to view, but they who had formed her felicity then, where were they now? Ronald, Norman, Reginald. For each and all of them, how many were the bitter tears she had shed? And what had she reaped from these fair blossoms of life's morning? Alas, naught but regret, sorrow, and disappointment. From contemplations such as these she was roused by coming suddenly in contact with Admiral Conway as he advanced from an adjacent walk, leaning on the arm of a gentleman with whom he appeared to be in earnest conversation. Conscious that the traces of her emotion must be visible on her countenance, Edith scarcely ventured to raise her eyes, still swimming in tears, and having exchanged salutations would have passed on. But this the Admiral would not permit. "Come, this is a fortunate encounter," cried he. "Lady Arabella has half quarrelled with me this morning for depriving her of this gallant convoy," pointing to his friend, "with whom she had intended to figure off to the cottage. But I shall make my peace handsomely if I return with such a fair prize. Miss Malcolm, allow me to introduce Mr. Malcolm." Edith looked up in amazement at the mention of this name, and beheld a young man of noble mien and features, but so pale, and with such visible emotion on his countenance, that she could scarcely refrain from uttering an exclamation of alarm. But the next moment she smiled, to think this must be the unknown friend of Mrs. Macaulay, and she at once felt she had wronged him by her suspicions. All this was the conviction of a moment, while the Admiral went on. "The similarity of your names is so great that I know not how we are to distinguish them in England, where we don't give the vowels such fair play as you do in Scotland. You must teach me the true pronunciation of your name, Miss Malcolm, that I may not offend its Celtic antiquity by confounding it with our Saxon appellatives." "England has rid me of some of my Celtic prejudices," said Edith, "and has taught me what I certainly might have known before, that there is nothing in a name beyond the association of ideas we connect with it." "And the associations," replied he, "are rather in favour of your name, distinguished as it has been in ancient times, as well as in modern days. I am therefore glad that England can lay claim to the patronymic of my gallant friend here. Malcolm, what is the matter? Are you ill?" The question brought back more than the glow of health to Mr. Malcolm's face, as he uttered hastily, "Yes, quite, but you turn pale at the thoughts of hearing your panegyric proclaimed in a fair lady's ear? Well, depend upon it, the deeds of Captain Malcolm would have shone 10,000 times brighter in her eyes and sounded 1,000 times sweeter in her ears had they been achieved by a Captain Morecombe or Mackham. Which is it?" "Neither," said Edith, smiling. "And you must not flatter yourself you'll be able to pronounce our Highland name until you have first breathed our mountain air." "Well, I hope to do that some day before I die, and then I shall take my first lesson from you on the top of some Highland Parnassus. What say you to joining me in that expedition, Malcolm? I suspect you would find it a more arduous task to haul me up to the top of Ben Lomond than it was even to hoist the Greek flag over the Turkish crescent." "I trust I shall one day be allowed to make the attempt," said Mr. Malcolm. There was something in the tone of the voice, full, clear, and melodious as it was, which made Edith start, and unconsciously she looked with an inquiring gaze at the speaker. Again the colour mounted almost to his brow as he met her look, An unaccountable feeling of constraint seemed to take possession of him. And although the Admiral continued to talk away without noticing the embarrassment of his companion, he remained nearly silent during the rest of the walk. "Now, have I not made a good cruise of it?" said the Admiral to his lady, as he presented Edith, who was received as usual with open arms. "What more could you have done had you led the expedition yourself, my lady?" "I could at least have had a little more pleasure, even if I did not presume to claim any of the merit of it," said she, smiling. "I was sure of that," exclaimed the Admiral with a triumphant air. "I was sure there would be a but or an if or an only in the case. Women never are contented. When you marry Malcolm, take my advice and marry a real genuine discontented woman at once, and then you know what you're about. But we never know what to do with these laughing hyenas," pointing to Lady Arabella, whose smile was now turned into a laugh. "They are really very trying to the temper, for there's no knowing when they're in good humour or in bad. For my part, I'm kept, as you may see, in a constant state of alarm." "Conscience makes cowards of us all. Is it not so, Mr. Malcolm?" said Lady Arabella gaily. Again Edith naturally directed her look to the person addressed, and again she was struck with the changing colour and embarrassed expression of his countenance, as with a forced smile he was about to reply, when the Admiral interposed. "I see how it is," said he, kindly laying his hand on his shoulder. "The native hue of resolution is sicklied o'er with the pale cast of thought at the discussion we were engaged in. And the best cure for that is to have recourse to our charts and compasses to settle the point. So come along to the library." And taking his friend's arm, they left the room. Lady Arabella was silent and thoughtful for a few minutes, and then said, "Pray, may I ask whether you had any previous acquaintance with Mr. Malcolm?" "None," replied Edith. "At least none that I'm aware of, though 'tis like a dream to me, having seen him before, but when or where I cannot tell." She then recounted to Lady Arabella Mrs. Macaulay's adventure, and her own, as it now appeared, groundless suspicion. Lady Arabella laughed heartily at the idea of his ever having been taken for a highwayman, and said he had probably been dining with them the evening of Mrs. Macaulay's rencontre. "It must have been at Glenroy we met," said Edith musingly, "and I think I recollect something of his air and features, though I failed to recognize him." "That is scarcely possible," said Lady Arabella. "His is a countenance that, once seen, could not be soon forgotten." Edith sighed to think how slight and transient were the impressions the most noble and gifted had made upon her then, when there was but one object on which her thoughts cared to dwell. "This young man," said Lady Arabella, "is, as you may perceive, a prodigious favourite of the Admiral's, and I may also add of mine. Besides having been the means of saving the life of my second son at the risk of his own, there is something so prepossessing both in his countenance and manners, something so open and ingenuous in his whole bearing, that a much slighter recommendation than Edward's would have inclined us to him. Hitherto we have found him a very delightful companion, but his manner is much changed to-day, or it may be my fancy. Were you struck with anything peculiar?" "I certainly was," replied Edith, "even at the first moment we met, and now I think I recollect, when a child, a Lady Malcolm spending some days at Glenroy, and having 2 sons with her. Probably this may be one of them." "If it were so," said Lady Arabella, "his emotion, poor fellow, might be easily accounted for by the circumstance of his mother having been afterwards divorced." "Do you know nothing of his family?" inquired Edith. "Nothing. All that is known of him is that he was serving on board a merchant ship at the time when it was chased and attacked by pirates. I wish the Admiral were here to explain the affair to you, for I cannot do it justice. But you would have to listen to so much nautical detail, which, like myself, you could not understand, that it is perhaps as well to give my round unvarnished tale. The substance of which is, that this young man, by his skill, bravery, and resolution, not only was the means of saving the ship, but by his boldness and heroism succeeded in boarding and finally capturing the pirate laden with rich booty, of which a considerable share was allotted to him. He afterwards fitted out a Greek-armed vessel, of which he took the command, and has performed many gallant and even brilliant exploits in the cause, but he was so severely wounded in one engagement that he was obliged to retire from service. His health, however, seems now nearly re-established, but what are his future plans, the Admiral and he only know, as I am not of the council. And now I have told you all I can tell of our hero and your highwayman. And that little was sufficient to make Edith already feel an interest in one to whom, even in his bright career, some painful or melancholy history seemed attached. When the Admiral and his young friend returned to the drawing-room, the party had been increased by the arrival of Lord and Lady Ellerslie and one or two chance guests. The conversation, both before and during dinner, became general, and Edith remarked that Mr. Malcolm bore his part in it with an ease and spirit very different from the constrained air and abrupt manner which had marked his first introduction to her. She could not avoid observing, too, that he seemed carefully to shun all occasions of addressing her, or even of rendering those little ordinary attentions which become more marked in the breach than the observance. Yet more than once she had caught his eye fixed upon her with an expression of deep, undefinable meaning, which confirmed her in her surmises that somehow or other she was associated in his mind with recollections of painful import. Under this impression, Edith felt no less distant and embarrassed in her demeanour towards him, and when they separated in the evening, it seemed as if they parted still greater strangers than when they had met. Edith failed not to make Mrs. Macaulay acquainted with this favourable introduction to her friend, and received a delighted and triumphant letter in return, interspersed with reflections in her usual style, and containing various particulars of Johnny and his family, who were now in more comfortable circumstances. Johnny had got payment of a large account, and the children were all better, and Mrs. Macaulay, Junior, keeping up wonderfully. And so there was great reason to be contented and happy, especially since this fine young man had turned out so well. End of section 32. Read by Belinda McReynolds, Melbourne, 28th October 2024.
Section 33 of Destiny, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Destiny, Volume 2 by Susan Edmonstone Ferrier. Chapter 33. Lady Elizabeth returned from her visit in great good humor. Lady Waldegrave, she said, had been delighted to see her, and had only delayed informing her of her arrival till she had got everything arranged, and was to have driven over for her that very day, had she not been anticipated by her arrival. To sum up the whole, Florinda had presented her with some of what she called perfect gems of art, but which were, in fact, the mere rubbish of her collection. She was so occupied in admiring and arranging her baubles that Edith learnt little more from her than that Sir Reginald was not at Woodlands, that Florinda had appeared rather abattue, but had promised to take an early opportunity of calling. The following day, as Edith sat alone in the drawing-room, Lady Elizabeth always spending the mornings in her own dressing-room, a carriage drove up, and presently Lady Waldegrave was announced. Edith started up, and for a moment stood aghast at finding herself thus suddenly confronted with her heartless, treacherous rival. Lady Waldegrave, however, did not appear to notice her agitation, but advanced with the most perfect ease, and embracing her, laid her cheek to hers, and with her sweetly modulated voice said, "How happy I am to meet you again, dear Edith." Edith could only bow in acknowledgment, and for some moments remained in silent agitation. But making an effort to regain her composure, she rang the bell, and desired the servant to inform Lady Elizabeth of Lady Waldegrave's arrival. "I beg pardon, Edith, love," said her ladyship, "but the visit is not to mamma, but to you. I was so sorry, love, we could not meet in town, but it really is impossible to do as one wishes there. And by the by, how much better you look than when I saw you in Scotland. I don't think the Scotch air at all favourable to beauty, you must know. But you have made a wonderful escape from Scotchness of every kind." And she sighed as she said it, while she surveyed her with the patronizing air of one so gifted in herself that she could afford to bestow approval on another. And certainly Lady Waldegrave's charms had suffered no diminution, for she looked, if possible, more beautiful and captivating than ever. "I came early and alone because I really wished to see you by yourself, and to explain many things, which I am aware must have appeared very strange and unaccountable to you, and which I fear have prejudiced you sadly against me." "Excuse me," said Edith, "but I cannot now listen to any explanation. The facts spoke for themselves at the time. That time has been long since past, and with it all resentment, all regret on my part." "Then you do forgive me whatever may have appeared mysterious and inexplicable in my conduct?" "I forgive all who ever injured me," said Edith, mildly but emphatically, "as I hope to be forgiven." "Dear Edith, you are always kind and generous. But if I injured you, heaven knows it was unintentionally, for indeed I ever loved you, and I do assure you it has many times made me quite wretched to think of the cruel estrangement that took place between us." And her ladyship put her handkerchief to her eyes. "But for that artful, designing woman, Madame Latour, whom mamma foolishly committed me to, I am sure it never would have happened. Indeed, had I been at all aware that you had the slightest tenderness for your cousin—" "I must again repeat, Lady Waldegrave, that this retrospection is worse than useless. It is painful." "Well then, dearest Edith, let all be forgotten, and henceforth let us be as friends and sisters." "All is forgiven," said Edith with emotion, "and in sincere, heartfelt wishes for your happiness I am your friend. More I cannot say." "Then we are reconciled, and you will come and visit me. Indeed, if you are sincere in your wishes for my happiness, you will, for I cannot possibly be happy while this estrangement lasts. Say then you will come to Woodlands. Do, dearest love." "I cannot promise at present," said Edith. "There is one thing I can assure you of," said Lady Waldegrave. "If you have any dislike, any unpleasant feeling at the thoughts of meeting another person, you need have no scruple on that account, as he is absent." Edith's cheeks glowed as she said, "I can have nothing to dread in meeting the husband of Lady Waldegrave, but do not urge me further at present." At that moment a message was brought from Lady Elizabeth, desiring to see Lady Waldegrave in her dressing-room. "Promise me then that you will remain here till my return, for I have still something to say to you that nearly concerns my own happiness. Surely you will not refuse me that?" And Edith promised to await her return. Left to herself, she began to reflect more calmly on the part she had to perform. That Florinda should have wished to be reconciled to her, and have even sought to exculpate herself, was natural, but that she should have sought a renewal of intimacy with so much earnestness was more than she had anticipated. Selfish, heartless, and treacherous as she had hitherto appeared, surely this could only proceed from a good motive. For in what could she, poor and dependent as she now was, benefit the gay, prosperous Lady Waldegrave? Perhaps she was entitled to the allowance she claimed from the weak and evil counselors who had been the guides of her youth, and if, even after all, she was not happy, as she feared she was not, might she not even yet prove of service to her, and should she allow any wayward feelings of her own to stand in the way of such a duty? The result of Edith's deliberations was, that in accordance with those divine precepts by which she professed to be guided, she would sacrifice her feelings even for those who had sacrificed her happiness to their own. Lady Waldegrave's visit to her mother was not of long duration. When she returned, she said, "I have just settled with mamma that she is to come and dine quietly at Woodlands tomorrow, and stay all night. Now let me beg, dearest Edith, that you will gratify me by accompanying her. It will be charity to me in every way, for I do assure you nothing can be more triste than I am at present." You won't meet a soul but two very charming girls, Lady Harriet and Lady Maria Bingley, and I shall be better able to open my heart to you and to ask your advice. But who is this? Cried she, as she cast a glance towards the window. Then suddenly starting up, she exclaimed, Lady Arabella Conway, the very best of good dull women. I must make my escape. But who is it that accompanies her? What a very fine-looking man! I surely have seen him somewhere in town. Edith named Mr. Malcolm, as she also caught a glimpse of Lady Arabella and him approaching. He is very handsome, and will be the greatest acquisition to my corps dramatique, for you must know I intend to have private theatricals. But pray don't breathe a syllable of it to mamma, or she will want to take a part. Now pray present him to me. The entrance of Lady Arabella and her protégé here stopped all further comment. After the usual inquiries had been made, and Mr. Malcolm had been presented to Lady Waldegrave, she said, with all her fascinating but artificial sweetness, I fear we are not entitled to rank Mr. Malcolm in our wild clan. Fortunately for himself, he belongs to a more civilized community. Mr. Malcolm slightly bowed and colored as he replied, I was not aware that it was more fortunate to have been born an English than a Scotchman, since both are alike Britons. But, he added, with a still deepening hue, the sea is the only country to which I lay claim. What would Sir Reginald say to that compliment of yours, Lady Waldegrave? Inquired Lady Arabella. Sir Reginald is already aware of my sentiments on the subject, said Lady Waldegrave carelessly. He knows that I prefer England to Scotland in all things, and only love it less than France and Italy. How grave Edith looks at this declaration. Do you remember how shocked you were at Glenroy when I ventured to whisper that I preferred myrtle to heather? I am sure you expected some of your dark brown mountains to fall upon me, did you not? I hope I did not carry my amour patrice quite so far, said Edith, and she could not repress a sigh as she added, but we are naturally hurt when we hear the objects of our affection lightly spoken of by others. Especially as you know, 'tis said, the uglier the object, the more intensely and unreasonably we love it, said Lady Waldegrave, laughing. Mere beauty certainly does not long retain its influence on the affections, said Mr. Malcolm. So it has been said, but I very much doubt the truth of the assertion, replied Lady Waldegrave, with a slight shade of displeasure on her countenance. At least I have never heard of any good reason why it should not, and she surveyed herself in an opposite mirror with an air of haughty satisfaction. I am no metaphysician, said Mr. Malcolm, so I cannot pretend to enter into the subtleties of the question, but it is easy to conceive that the influence of the mind must be much more permanent than that of the senses. Constancy, said Lady Arabella, is one of those good old-fashioned moral virtues which is no longer a la mode. We rarely hear of such a thing nowadays. It surely does not deserve the name of inconstancy when we withdraw our affections from an undeserving object, does it, Edith? Said Lady Waldegrave. Edith was shocked at what she felt was implied in those words, and for a minute or two was unable to reply. When she raised her eyes, she encountered those of Mr. Malcolm fixed upon her with an expression of the deepest interest. But the serenity of her countenance returned, and she replied, Everything must depend upon circumstances. In some cases it must be a duty to renounce a misplaced attachment, in others to adhere to it. I am not such a casuist as you, said Lady Waldegrave carelessly, for I really cannot perceive the difference. But how in the world has a passing remark on the respective beauties of heath and myrtle turned into a lackadaisical discussion on the duties of constancy? I really must have something to sweeten my imagination after it. Pray, Mr. Malcolm, have the goodness to fetch me a bit of something very fragrant from the conservatory. You could scarcely find one worse qualified to execute your commands, said he, for my botanical lore is almost confined to seaweed. I am so utterly ignorant, I fear I may commit some unpardonable solecism in good taste, if not in good breeding, by my selection. Well, to render your offence less glaring, said Lady Arabella, you shall bring something for each and all of us. What? And so run the risk of offending 3 ladies instead of 1? And am I to have no reward if I should succeed in pleasing all or any of you? Mr. Malcolm is the very last person from whom I should have expected mercenary stipulations of any sort, said Lady Arabella. But it proves the old and homely saying to be a true one, that every man has his price. May I ask what yours is upon the present occasion? My reward shall be discretionary, said he, with a smile, and anything given with good will be acceptable, and he stepped into the conservatory. That is rather an odd person, said Lady Waldegrave. His manner, though somewhat brusque, is piquant, and he certainly is very handsome, and I must say distinguished looking. My maid said to me yesterday that she was sure my ladyship would approve of my new groom of the chambers, for that he had l'air distingué. After that, I cannot think of bestowing it upon Mr. Malcolm. In a few minutes he returned with a handful of flowers. I wish I were as versed in their various significations as Ophelia was, that I might make my offerings appropriate. There is geranium for your ladyship, said he to Lady Arabella, but of what it is emblematic I must declare myself ignorant. Genteel geranium, with a leaf for all that comes, said she, as she plucked one and gave it to him. That and a thank you is all I can bestow. Mr. Malcolm then presented some slips of myrtle to Lady Waldegrave and said, As your ladyship has declared your preference, I have been spared a choice. And without waiting for an acknowledgment, he turned to Edith and offered her 2 sprigs of heath. I wish they had been Highland heather instead of foreign heath, said he, for then you would have prized them more. But with all my national prejudice, I could not have admired them so much, said she, as she took their brilliant exotics. But you would perhaps have rewarded me better, said he, forcing a laugh to hide his embarrassment. What a reproach for my churlishness, said Edith, as she returned him one of the sprigs, but she colored at the pleasure that beamed in his eyes as he received the trifling gift. Lady Waldegrave never could endure that another should engage attention while she was present. Unaccustomed to meet with neglect, on the present occasion she mistook it for shyness, and self-love whispered to her that the handsome, unknown stranger was only dazzled by her charms and distinction into distance and reserve. She therefore, in her sweetest and most winning manner, called him to her on some frivolous pretext, and contrived to detain him in exclusive conversation till Lady Arabella rose to take leave. She then said, I flatter myself, Lady Arabella, we shall meet very often while we are such near neighbours, and that I shall also have the pleasure of seeing Admiral Conway and Mr. Malcolm at Woodlands. Mr. Malcolm acknowledged the compliment by a bow, and the visitors severally departed. End of section 33, read by Brize Cries, Ohio. Section 34 of Destiny, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Destiny, Volume 2 by Susan Edmonstone Ferrier. Chapter 34. It was not without some violence to her feelings that Edith went to testify her reconciliation with Lady Waldegrave by visiting her in her own house. But she repressed these indications of feelings not yet wholly subdued, and calmly, meekly resigned herself to the duty required. If she had admired Woodlands on a first survey, it appeared to still greater advantage now, when nature and art seemed to have been taxed to their utmost to give the last finish to its charms, and all around breathed only of the refinement of luxury and pleasure. To those who could believe in the happiness caused by external circumstances, this would have seemed a very paradise. Lady Waldegrave received her guests in the most kind, caressing manner, and having provided a lively old French marquis as an escort for Lady Elizabeth, she consigned them to the care of each other, and thus, happily rid of her, she directed her whole attention to Edith, whom she introduced to her friends, Lady Harriet and Maria Bingley, as her dear and only sister. And she brought her child to kiss and welcome his pretty aunt to Woodlands. Then she must show Edith everything herself, and have her opinion about many things. Edith was led from drawing-room to drawing-room, and from boudoir to conservatories and aviaries, and there was so much to look at, and praise and admire, that it was impossible to enjoy. There were pictures and marbles and china and cabinets and tables and vases, each and any of which would have been a study for a day, but which were yet too various and numerous to be duly appreciated on a first survey. Tradespeople were still employed in some of the rooms, arranging the varied treasures of art, which were designed to form one exquisite and entire collection. "All this, you may suppose, has not been done for nothing," said Lady Waldegrave, as they entered the hurried and imperfect examination, and she threw herself on a couch in her dressing-room. "And indeed I am almost frightened when I think how much it has cost. Then we were so cheated at first, and bought such rubbish at such enormous prices. But that is the case with everybody at first. One must pay for a knowledge of the arts, as well as for knowledge of every kind, and at any rate it is surely better that money should be spent upon fine pictures and marbles than on the turf and at the gaming table." Edith was hurt at this indirect attack upon her husband, and thought how different must be the perception even of taste in the material from which it was in the moral world, when a wife could thus seek to excuse her own extravagance by proclaiming her husband's errors. Lady Waldegrave went on, "But the great work I have now in hand, for there is no living in the country without occupation, is a pretty little theatre. I have been remodeling, in fact I may say building. It was originally a pavilion, or a banqueting room, or some of those stupid, senseless, antiquated things which one's ancestors deformed their grounds with. I have had it turned into something both useful and ornamental, and I intend to open it on Dudley's birthday with a French play and ballet, in which you, dear Edith, will take a part. Don't say you won't, for you positively must. But although I have gone to work as economically as possible, and had plans and estimates and all those sorts of things sent to me, yet it has grown into something expensive too. Not that I should grudge it at all, as it will be such a source of amusement to myself and friends, besides having given employment to poor people. In short, it is a thing calculated, in my opinion, to do good. But in the meantime I am persecuted to death for money by the man who undertook the thing. Although he must know that of course he will be paid, yet he is forever boring me with his bills." "But he only asks his own," said Edith. "Poor people cannot work without wages. How are they to support themselves and their families?" "Oh, there are 1,000 ways of managing that, and there is nobody so poor that cannot get credit somewhere." "But how ruinous for the poor to contract debt, if even they could." "As to that, it can be no worse for the poor than for the rich." "It is bad for both," said Edith. "But the poor are most to be pitied when their sufferings are occasioned by the thoughtlessness and extravagance of the great." "Oh, certainly, it is very wrong in people not to pay their bills when they can do it." "Can do it!" exclaimed Edith. "Why should people ever have bills they cannot pay? Surely that is robbery of the worst description." "Why, there are many things that people in a certain station must have, and if they happen not to have the money just at the moment to pay them, where is the harm of having a bill?" "None, if they are sure of having the money to discharge them. Otherwise it is contracting debt." "Well, there is no harm in that, I hope. Else you will think me very wicked, for to tell the truth I am over head and ears in debt, and at this moment do not know where to get even a few guineas." This was said with affected levity, and Edith could only utter an exclamation of surprise and consternation. "The fact is," continued her ladyship, speaking with great rapidity, "I have been very unfortunate. First of all, my fortune was not what it was said to be, by several thousands a year. Then, when I married," here she heaved a sigh, "I was quite ignorant of the value of money, and of course spent a great deal. Then Sir Reginald has never chosen to give himself any trouble in the management of our establishment, and I can't do it. So we have had horrid people who cheated us on all hands, and you may imagine how that was, with 3 establishments to keep up. Waldegrave Abbey, my town residence, both of which, by the by, I greatly improved and entirely new furnished, and this, besides those Highland places, which I am told are very expensive also. To complete the whole, at the time of my marriage I made an enormous settlement upon mamma, quite out of all proportion to my income. You will scarcely believe that she actually draws very near 3,000 a year from me. It is much more, I do assure you, than I can afford, or she can have the slightest occasion for." "Surely there must be some mistake on one side or other," said Edith, "for Lady Elizabeth complains of being very much straitened in her circumstances." "Yes, she is always complaining," said Lady Waldegrave carelessly, "but I assure you it is the case. With her jointer from the Glenroy estate, and what I allow her besides, she has above 3,000 a year, a monstrous sum for her. She certainly must either be saving money, or she is pillaged by the people about her in a scandalous manner. I ventured to hint that to her some time ago, but she was quite angry, so I have never entered on the subject again. But if the thing was placed before her in a proper light, and I know no one who could do it as well as yourself, Edith, love, I am sure she would see the propriety of giving up at least 1,000 a year." Edith was unable to articulate a word, so much was she struck by this extraordinary communication. Lady Waldegrave took no notice of her silence, but went on. "I should be ready to make any sacrifice myself consistent with what I owe to my rank and station, but I don't see how I can do it. I might, to be sure, part with a few servants and horses perhaps, but that would make very little difference. A few hundred a year, more or less, is really not worth breaking up one's establishment for. But if you were to begin, is it more than probable Sir Reginald would follow your example?" "But it is not with me the retrenchment ought to begin." "Whether or not, you might at least make trial of it." "And in other words, make myself wretched and uncomfortable, and give up my own innocent gratifications, that he may have more money to squander in all sorts of horrid ways. Besides, I am certain I only spend what I have a right to." "And what does Sir Reginald say?" inquired Edith fearfully. "Oh, as to Sir Reginald," replied Lady Waldegrave contemptuously, "he is the last person I should think of consulting. The man who spends his life between Crockford's and Newmarket, you may guess, is no very wise counsellor, and is not likely to extricate me from my difficulties. But what is the matter? Are you ill?" "Oh, Florinda, how shocked I am at all you tell me!" exclaimed Edith, bursting into tears. "How dreadful to be living in such a state, wronging the poor, deceiving and ruining your husband, seeking to deprive your mother of what is due to her, neglectful of what God requires of you. Ah, Florinda, how can you barter your happiness and the happiness of others for such toys as these?" "Really, Edith, you talk in a most extraordinary manner," said Lady Waldegrave in great displeasure. "Any one who heard you would suppose I had committed every crime under the sun, instead of which the sole amount of my wickedness consists simply in being rather in want of a little money, that's all. And as for Sir Reginald, he must know how I am teased for money, for we have several times been threatened with an execution in the house by some of those horrid people." "Oh, Florinda, forgive me if I have spoken too severely," said Edith in deep emotion. But, "Oh, I am very forgiving," said Lady Waldegrave coldly, "and very charitable too, for I really don't believe you meant the cruel things you said, and if they had been addressed to Sir Reginald, they would have been very applicable. The sums he has lost at play are enormous. I know that from the best authority, and also that at the last Newmarket meeting he threw away upwards of £30,000 upon foolish bets on a favourite horse. So I've little to reproach myself in comparison of that. Indeed, I only do as the rest of the world does, but I am sure I have bored you to death with my annoyances. So come, let us return to the drawing-room, and do try what you can do for me with mamma. I fear she will be quite angry at me for having monopolized you so long. She is so fond of you. I do think you have more to say with her, and could, if you chose, manage her better than anybody in the world. But there is the dressing bell. Will you have one of my maids to assist you? But you need not be very recherché in your toilette, as I expect no company, and indeed I am not in spirits for company at present. Fanchon, show Miss Malcolm to her apartment." End of section 34, read by Brize Cries, Ohio. Section 35 of Destiny, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Destiny, Volume 2 by Susan Edmonstone Ferrier. Chapter 35. When Lady Waldegrave joined the party, the brilliancy of her appearance but little accorded with the account of her pecuniary difficulties, and even Lady Elizabeth exclaimed, somewhat spitefully, "Why, Florinda, you dress in your country home as though you hold a court." "You must scold Mademoiselle Fanchon then, mamma," said Lady Waldegrave carelessly, "as I submitted myself entirely to her discretion today. Dress, I assure you, was least in my thoughts." In spite of the flattering introduction of Edith to the ladies Bingley, they seemed to regard even the dear and only sister of Lady Waldegrave with somewhat of suspicious distance, for they were mere elegant automatons, fearful of committing themselves by anything approaching to familiarity with one who dressed indifferently, according to their estimation, and who had never been at D House, and who, of course, had none of the current phrases of the day. Edith was too meek and gentle to resent the sort of repressed ill-breeding, how different from native politeness, of such manners. She felt only pity for those whose minds had been thus cramped and fettered by the bondage of their own little sphere, falsely called the great world. The same magnificence pervaded every part of the establishment. Everything was perfect in its style, and yet how little enjoyment there seemed in the midst of it all. Lady Waldegrave wore an air of languor and discontent. The two ladies lacked boo and were dull and vapid. Edith was depressed by what she had heard, as contrasted with what she saw. And the only two who seemed to enter into the pleasures of the table were Lady Elizabeth and the old Marquis de Bocage, who ate like pigeons and chatted like magpies. Dinner was over, and the dessert had been placed on the table, when a carriage was heard driving round to the entrance. The dogs barked, the bell rang, voices were heard in the hall. "Who is that?" inquired Lady Waldegrave. "Sir Reginald and Mr. Harris, my lady," was the reply. "Sir Reginald!" exclaimed she, with more of surprise than pleasure. "And that odious Mr. Harris! Have they dined?" "Sir Reginald has ordered dinner in the library, my lady." Lady Waldegrave colored, but said, "We are obliged to him at least for sparing us a renewal of even Fricourt's ambrosial cates, which certainly would not be improved by a seasoning of Newmarket dust, especially as it never is gold dust." To Edith the sensation was strange and painful, but a few steps were between her and Reginald. Reginald, once the beloved, the betrothed of her heart, the arbiter of her destiny. Reginald the faithless, the forsworn, the husband of another, and all the sad and solemn scenes that had passed between them rose to her view. She shuddered, and for a moment felt almost overpowered by the conflict of long dormant feelings, suddenly awoke to painful consciousness. "How I dislike these abrupt arrivals," said Lady Elizabeth in an ill-natured tone. "They always do flurry one's nerves. I see it has the same effect upon you, my dear," to Edith. "If there is to be anything of a scene," said Lady Waldegrave sarcastically, "we had best return to the drawing-room. We shall at least have the benefit of eau de cologne and couches there." Edith felt the taunt, and the color returned to her cheeks with a deepened glow. At that moment the little boy entered and came running up to his mamma. "Do you know, mamma, that papa is come?" "Yes, love. Have you seen him?" "Yes, mamma, but I don't love him today." "Why so, my darling?" "Because he bade me go away and not tease him." "What a kind, good papa you have got, Dudley," said her ladyship. "Is he not?" "He is very good sometimes, for you know, mamma, he sent me such a pretty little phaeton from town, and 2 ponies so small," and he clasped his hands in admiration. "Don't lean upon me so, Dudley," cried her ladyship in a tone of displeasure, "and see how you have dropped your grapes. How tiresome children are! Now go, my love, 'tis very late, time you were in bed. We are going to have coffee. Good night, my sweetest," and with a kiss the child was dismissed, as the ladies and their old beau returned to the drawing-room. The evening passed heavily along. Lady Elizabeth and her Marquis played at écarté. Lady Waldegrave and her friends played and sang, and talked of opera, and turned over new music, and Edith sat apart trying to read, but unable to turn her thoughts from the strange anomalous scenes that surrounded her. To the senses all was light and beauty and fragrance and melody. But oh, the evil passions, the moral degradation which lay hid beneath the specious show! Her train of reflections was suddenly broken by the entrance of Sir Reginald and his friend. He accosted Lady Waldegrave with a careless, "How do you do?" as he merely touched her hand and bowed slightly to the rest of the company, without observing Edith, whose head rested on her hand as she still bent over her book. "Pretty well," replied Lady Waldegrave with a disdainful coolness. "Perhaps I ought to rise and make my best curtsy for the kind inquiry, tardy as it is." Sir Reginald turned on his heel, and as he did so his eye fell on Edith. He started, and for a moment stood transfixed to the spot. Then, darting forward, he exclaimed, "Edith!" and seized her hand. He held it in both of his and gazed on her with looks expressive of surprise and delight. But far different feelings were Edith's. Surprised indeed she was, but still more was she shocked at beholding the ravages a few short years had wrought on the person of Sir Reginald. How different from the Reginald she had once fondly loved! Lit up as his countenance was with the expression of pleasure, its habitual cast had stamped its character on every feature. All were sharpened and contracted as by strong excitement and violent passions, and his flushed cheek, haggard eyes, and reckless air told a tale from which Edith turned shuddering away. But Sir Reginald had evidently drunk enough of champagne to make him either insensible of or indifferent to the nicer shades of feeling. He seated himself by her and continued to gaze upon her with looks of admiration. "How glad I am to see you, Edith," said he, taking her hand, "and to see you here. I hadn't an idea you were even in England." Edith answered as calmly and briefly as she could that she had been residing for some time with her maternal aunt. "But you have left her now, I hope, and are come to us." "I at present reside with Lady Elizabeth." "With Lady Elizabeth?" repeated Reginald contemptuously. "That is no home for you, Edith. You must remain with us. You must indeed. But you look well and happy," said he, gazing intently upon her. "You have grown handsomer than ever you were. I should scarcely have known you." There was something in the manner as well as in the matter which offended Edith's feelings. True, there was still a grace and refinement in the mien and air, remote from the coarse familiarity of vulgar life and manners. But how much of moral deformity may be veiled beneath the mask of worldly refinement? Edith would have risen to join the rest of the party, but Sir Reginald would not permit her. "Why should you wish to leave me?" he said, again seizing her hand. "Surely after so long a separation, cousins might have something to say to each other. It was not so we used to meet. Ah, Edith, surely you have not quite lost all interest in me." He spoke with a kind of melancholy earnestness that affected Edith, and she looked upon him more in sorrow than in anger. "No," said she, "indeed I have not. I feel sincerely interested in all that concerns Lady Waldegrave and your little boy." Sir Reginald sighed. "You're always an angel, Edith, and I— Now don't go, I will talk to you of anything. Of my boy? You say you take an interest in him? There is something, then, we are both interested in, perhaps the only thing." At that moment Lady Waldegrave called, in a sarcastic tone, while she touched the harp, "As your success on the turf is always a matter of certainty, Sir Reginald, I am prepared to celebrate it with an Yo Paean as soon as you think proper to announce your victories. Or perhaps Miss Malcolm is to come forward as chorus and proclaim your triumphs." Sir Reginald's brow contracted, and his eyes flashed fire at this insulting speech. "Miss Malcolm knows enough of my history to know it is one which affords no matter of exultation," he said bitterly. Edith felt the taunt, and it raised a momentary glow on her cheek, but she only answered it by looking calmly at Lady Waldegrave, whose eyes sank beneath the mild rebuke, and, coloring with shame and resentment, she swept her fingers across the harp, and calling to Lady Harriet to join her, they commenced. Edith rose and drew close to the table where Lady Elizabeth sat. Sir Reginald, after standing for a few minutes with his arms folded and his eyes fixed upon her, suddenly started from his reverie. "Come, Harris," he said, "let us have a game at billiards." And quitting the apartment, Mr. Harris, who was lounging over a newspaper, rose and followed. Edith was glad when the evening was ended, and only wished her visit was also brought to a termination. Lady Waldegrave and she parted for the night with mutual coldness and constraint. End of section 35, read by Brize Cries, Ohio. Section 36 of Destiny, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Destiny, Volume 2 by Susan Edmonstone Ferrier. Chapter 36. When the party met at a late breakfast the following morning, Sir Reginald's brow wore a still deeper gloom, and Lady Waldegrave seemed inclined to be no less peevish and sarcastic than on the preceding evening. The two ladies maintained their chilling reserve, and though Mr. Harris talked, his conversation was addressed to Sir Reginald and related solely to the turf. Edith felt the painfulness of her situation, for although Sir Reginald's manner was less impressed than it had been at their first meeting, yet he still singled her out as the only person to whom he paid the slightest attention. Such was the state of the party when a servant entered to say that Mr. and Mrs. Meadow begged to wait upon Sir Reginald and Lady Waldegrave. Sir Reginald repeated the name in surprise, and he looked at Edith for an explanation, but she could give none. "Some of Sir Reginald's Highland friends," said Lady Waldegrave. "I can have no acquaintance with them. You had therefore better receive your own guests in another room." "Anyone who comes from Glenroy is welcome," said Sir Reginald, as if stung to contradict even his own feelings. "Show Mr. and Mrs. Meadow in." Straightway, preceded by the groom of the chambers, entered Mr. and Mrs. Maddow, leading between them their eldest born, a great uncouth-looking child. Mr. Maddow had evidently been in the hands of a London tailor, but to little purpose, for not all the leather and prunella of London could remodel Mr. Maddow. No cost seems to have been spared in the attiring of his lady, who was decked out in a most brilliant pelisse and bonnet in the extreme of the fashion. Miss Maddow was arrayed in a similar costume, and, like her mother, was standing out with finery. "How do you do, Mr. Maddow?" said Sir Reginald, rising and shaking hands with him heartily, as if determined to carry off matters boldly. "Mrs. Maddow, Lady Waldegrave," waving his hand, "pray sit down. You are in very good time for breakfast." "You are extremely obliging, Sir Reginald," said Mr. Maddow. "In fact, this is our second meal, for we breakfasted before we set out. However, I dare say we are all pretty well appetized again. But is it possible I see Miss Malcolm here?" for the first time perceiving Edith. "I'm amazed and delighted to see you here." And stalking up to her, he shook her vehemently by the hand. "This is just as it should be, and how amazingly well you look." "Here is a chair for you, Mr. Maddow," called Sir Reginald, pointing to one next to himself. "You are extremely polite, Sir Reginald." Then addressing Lady Waldegrave, "I need scarcely ask how your ladyship has been since I had the honour of seeing you at Glenroy." A slight, haughty bend of the head was the only answer vouchsafed, and nothing daunted, Mr. Maddow resumed, in a still more insinuating manner. "I hope we have not taken too great a freedom in bringing our little missy with us, but she can behave herself like a lady when she chooses. Mrs. Maddow, I think you had better take off her bonnet and pelisse. She'll be cooler without them." Here Miss Maddow was disencumbered of her pelisse and bonnet, and exhibited a coarse, blubber-lipped, sunburnt visage, with staring sea-green eyes, a quantity of rough sandy hair, and mulatto neck, with merely a rim of white above the shoulders. "I think she would be better wanting her gloves, too," said Mr. Maddow, anxious to display as much as possible of the beauties of his offspring. The gloves were now taken off, and a pair of thick mulberry paws set at liberty. "Now you must not touch anything, Missy," whispered Mrs. Maddow, as Missy prepared to lay hands on a Sevres cup and saucer. "You had better send her over to me," said Mr. Maddow, "and I'll keep her in order." "She'll be very good with me, Mr. Maddow," replied the lady, in a brisk provincial accent, and with a strong arm hauling up Miss Missy, planting her upon her knee. She then poured out tea from her own cup for her, which was sucked in with an avidity that threatened to carry the saucer along with it. "She is very dry," said Mrs. Maddow, in a manner as if she thought it of importance. "She seems really very thirsty, poor wifey," said Mr. Maddow in a similar tone. "But the day is uncommonly warm, and we met a great deal of dust on the road. It was an amazing relief to enter your policy. This is a most beautiful place of yours, Sir Reginald, and a most elegant and superb house. You'll think little of Glenroy after this." "A mere sitz-box," said Sir Reginald contemptuously. "A seats-box, Sir Reginald? It's a perfect palace. I don't know that I ever say anything so superb. And there's so much taste on the grounds, and everything is in such high order." Mrs. Maddow was prodigiously struck with the grandeur of the flowers, and I was amazingly diverted with our little missy's remark. "Father," says she, "this is a far finer garden than yours, but there's no berry bushes in it. Hoch, hoch, hoch! Altogether it's really a perfect paradise." Edith's native politeness prevailed over her feelings, and seeing Mrs. Maddow had no chance of being noticed by the other ladies present, she addressed a few words to her, and received such answers as might be expected from a commonplace, vulgar woman, full of the egotism of her own concerns. "I hope we are to be favoured with a sight of your young folks, Sir Reginald," said Mr. Maddow. "I have only one spoilt little fellow," replied he, "but you shall see him, and he ordered one of the servants to fetch him. "This is his walking hour," said Lady Waldegrave, with a look of displeasure. "Only one?" exclaimed Mr. Medow. "Here am I with no less than 4, 2 girls and 2 boys. But here comes your young gentleman. Come away, sir," in his most conciliating tone. "Will you shake hands with me?" But the child looked doubtfully at him. "Then will you go and speak to that lady?" pointing to Mrs. Medow. "No, Mamma does not choose me to speak to people I don't know." But would you not like to kiss that pretty little missy there?" "Oh, not at all. Mamma does not allow me to kiss anybody, and I would not kiss her, she is so ugly." Mr. and Mrs. Medow both turned very red at this insult to the charms of their daughter, while Lady Waldegrave, with a smile, called, "You may now go to your walk, love. You have done very well." But Sir Reginald, catching him by his arm, said with affected anger, "You are a saucy little dog, and I must send you to Scotland to make a Highland laird of you." Lady Waldegrave shuddered, and in a low voice exclaimed, "Heaven forbid!" "But I won't be a Scottish laird," replied the young master, "for my mamma says I am to be a British peer, and that is much better." Exclaimed Mr. Medow, "you are really very nice. You'll not be a good Highland laird, and you'll not shake hands with me, and you'll not speak to my wife, and you'll not kiss my daughter. Will you tell me your name, then?" "Oh, yes. Papa calls me Reginald. Mamma calls me Dudley. But my real name is Reginald Dudley Waldegrave Malcolm." "That's a very grand name. I have a little boy of my own who has a good long name, but it's nothing like yours." "What is your little boy called?" inquired Master Reginald Dudley. "Donald Macraw Medow is his name." "And is she called Donald Macraw too?" demanded Master Dudley, pointing to Miss Medow as she stood gazing at him in vulgar amazement, her clumsy, shapeless figure and broad plebeian face contrasting themselves with the elegant, graceful form and high, delicate features of the young patrician. No, Donald's not a lady's name. She's called Marjorie Muckle Medow. But if you beat my boy in the name, I think you would have the best of it in a fight. He would make 2 of you, I can tell you. Don't you think so, my dear?" to his lady. "Oh, yes, our Donald's much stouter. I think Sandy is more of his make, but Patsy's the smallest of our children." "She's very spirity, though," said Mr. Medow in a tone of admiration. Yes, she'll keep her own," responded his lady. "Does not Patsy sometimes get the better of Donald and you, missy?" Here Miss Medow, who had been playing with one of the beautiful Sevres plates, let it fall, and it was broken to pieces. "I hope she hasn't cut herself," cried Mr. Medow in a voice of tender alarm. Lady Waldegrave hastily rose, and the rest of the ladies were following her example, when Mr. Medow said, "I'm extremely anxious, Miss Malcolm, if it's not asking too great a favor, that you would remain a little with Mrs. Medow and me while I communicate with Sir Reginald on the business that has brought me up at this time. It will soon be no secret, so it's just as well to speak out at once, and I always like to have the ladies on my side." "But even if I were to be on your side, Mr. Medow, I am very sure I can be of no service to you," said Edith, moving away, while Mrs. Medow sat like a rock. "At all events, I would take it extremely kind if you would do me the favor to hear me tell my own story, as there will, no doubt, be many false statements made on the occasion. Indeed, it has excited a great deal of animadversion already, I understand." "Many people think I have influenced Mr. Medow," said Mrs. Medow, with great warmth and importance of manner. "But I am sure that was not the case, for, with Mr. Medow's abilities, he needs nobody to direct him, I am sure." This was uttered in the peremptory manner of one who was well accustomed to lay down the law at home. Yes, Mrs. Medow has come in for her share of what has been going. But luckily she's above minding those sorts of clashes. No doubt some of them have found their way to London by this time." I am quite ignorant of what you allude, Mr. Maddow, said Sir Reginald, now heartily sick of his guests. If it is any matter of business, I beg you will apply to my law agents. They understand these things much better than I do. Besides, I am sorry a particular engagement calls me to town this morning. Mr. Maddow looked very blank at this information. So you're going to London this forenoon? I understood you had been settled here for the summer. But, however, I shall not detain you many minutes, Sir Reginald. A very few words will let you into the whole mystery. Then taking a long pinch of snuff and clearing his throat, he began. As you, Sir Reginald, and Miss Malcolm have both had opportunities of judging for yourselves of my ministry, I shall not detain you by offering any explanation of my views on that head. All I shall say is this, that I have acted throughout most conscientiously, and no man can do more. Mr. Maddow paused, as if expecting a burst of applause to follow, but Sir Reginald was chafing with impatience, and Edith could only sigh to hear a man boast of his conscience while it was yet in such a darkened state. It would be well if everybody's conscience was like yours, Mr. Maddow, said his lady warmly. It would be well if everyone's conscience were enlightened by the word of God, said Edith mildly. I am sure that's true, said Mrs. Maddow, taking the remark as a compliment. I can only impute the ill will with which I have been visited as proceeding almost entirely from ignorance, said Mr. Maddow, with affected meekness. There's more than that, Mr. Maddow, said his lady, with a toss of her head. Well, well, my dear, said Mr. Maddow, in a by-way of soothing manner. Whatever it is, I bear them no ill will, I'm sure. Sir Reginald here pulled out his watch. But not to detain you, Sir Reginald, I shall come to the point at once. The short and the long of the matter is this. I find my situation by no means so pleasant as it ought to be. The neighborhood has sadly fallen off since the death of my respected friend, Glenroy. It has never been the same place to me. Mrs. Maddow, will you take Missy's hands out of the jelly? Then a mischievous spirit has got in amongst the people. They are not satisfied with my ministry. They cry out that I don't preach the gospel, and a great deal of nonsense of that kind. Insomuch that the very last time I preached there were just 7 people in the church, besides my own family and the presenter. It's very true, said Mrs. Maddow, with inflamed cheeks. But a great deal of the mischief is owing to Mrs. McTagg, for Miss McTavish told me. Whisht, whisht, Collie, my dear, it's not worth our while to mind what she said. The woman's a perfect enthusiast. But indeed they are all tarred with the same stick. Oh, my lamb, you mustn't drink out of the cream jug. However, as I was saying, Sir Reginald, it's not pleasant for a minister to be on such terms with his people, especially situated as we are at such a distance from genteel society, and I feel that even more upon Mrs. Maddow's account than my own, for she has always been used to a good deal of genteel company. And it's what she had a title to expect when she married me, for, like yourself, Sir Reginald, I was fortunate as to be honored by being the choice of a lady with a pretty considerable independence of her own, and of course she is entitled to more at my hands than if she had brought nothing along with her. Sir Reginald here rose and rang the bell violently. Why is my carriage not ready? I don't know, sir. Well, then inquire and desire it to be brought immediately. Well, Sir Reginald, since you're in a hurry, I'll not detain you many minutes. You understand how matters are situated between me and my people, and you may conceive how little satisfaction I can consequently have in the exercise of my ministry. That, together with the consideration due to Mrs. Maddow and my family, have made me entertain serious thoughts of throwing up my situation altogether. That's just what they want. I know Mrs. McTagg said to Mrs. McCagg before Miss McTavish that she hoped to scale the docket yet, for that's what they call the manse, that set, and Mrs. Maddow waxed hotter and hotter. Oh, she's a vulgar, ill-tongued woman, my dear, and we should be above minding her, said Mr. Maddow with much majesty. Now, as I was stating to you, Sir Reginald, my dear, will you take care that Missy does no mischief? As the coarse paws were seen perambulating over the table as far as the thick blue arms would extend. My wish is to withdraw myself from the present situation altogether. Our little Missy's really taking a good look of you, Sir Reginald. Will you go to that gentleman's knee, my lammy? Oh, you're for papas. Then come away. At the same time, although the stipend is small, it is always something, and I should not like to throw it up unless I have something else secured to me. Now I have already learnt that there is a prospect of 2 professorships becoming vacant at no very remote period, either of which would suit me extremely well, and I think I am fully qualified to discharge the duties of either. The one is a humanity class, the other is that of rhetoric and belles letters. If you would favor me with your interest on the occasion, I have no doubt that, together with my testimonials and recommendations from other quarters, would ensure my appointment to one or other of these chairs. And I thought you was to speak about being made chaplain to the king too, Mr. Maddow, said his lady briskly. Why, that's not so material a point at present, as I don't find there's any immediate prospect of a vacancy there. At the same time, I should be very well pleased that you could also have that in view, Sir Reginald. Sir, you have nothing to expect from my interest, said Sir Reginald sternly, and rising as he spoke, while the servant announced the carriage. I must wish you good morning. Then with a slight bow he quitted the room, but turned back and taking Edith's hand said, I hope I shall find you here when I return. Edith merely bowed, and in another instant he was gone. Sir Reginald is very much altered, said Mr. Maddow, after a long and rather solemn pause. He's not like the same person. I doubt he leads a hard life, and it's said he's over head and ears in debt already. In fact, if it had not been for your friend Captain Malcolm, who bought some of the finest wood at Glenroy, I believe there would not have been a stick standing. But the poor people, exclaimed Edith mournfully, what will become of them? Indeed, they're going to the mischief as fast as they can, said Mr. Maddow. What with wild doctrines, absentees, and whiskey, there's no dealing with them. Yet I hear good accounts of Mr. Stewart's people from Inch-Oran, said Edith, that they are sober, peaceful, and industrious. There was outcry enough about the improvements there, I can tell you, when they were first set a-going, said Mr. Maddow, evasively. But, however, Mr. Stewart makes himself a perfect slave amongst his people. I wouldn't lead the life he does for 3 times the money. Surely, Mr. Maddow, said Edith earnestly, it is incumbent upon every clergyman to labor diligently in his calling. If the poor ask nothing from you but the words of eternal life, and you disregard their cry— Oh, these were different times from the present, said Mr. Maddow coolly. I'm surprised to hear anybody speak in that way to Mr. Maddow, interrupted his lady warmly. His sermons would stand the printing any day, and he's just thrown away where he is. And Mrs. Maddow rose with a very angry face. It's a sore trial to one's patience, said Mr. Maddow, to be preaching to a set of wretches that will not take the pain so much as to come and listen to what's said to them. How can you make any impression when that's the case? By going to their houses, said Edith. The visit of a clergyman is always gratifying even to the worst of the flock. I don't think it's for a minister with a young family of his own to be going much amongst sick people, said Mrs. Maddow. Was not he a faithful pastor who said, I am as much in God's keeping in the sick man's chamber as my own, said Edith. That's easy speaking, replied Mr. Maddow. But the truth of the matter is, I really don't like to go to their houses. They're a dirty set, and I have an extremely delicate stomach. Edith turned away in disgust. Stand till I fasten your pelisse, said Mrs. Maddow, giving Missy a shake. And you must not take away that, trying to wrest from the reluctant grasp of Miss Missy a cup which she had appropriated to herself, and which she set up a great roar at being forced to relinquish. Whilst, dear Missy, cried the fond father, You know you must not take away that. And it's not like a lady in a fine new pelisse to be crying that way. Such a grand pelisse, too, and you've been so good till now. You know I'll not bring you back again, my Dotty, if you greet that way. The fact is, I believe she's wearied, poor bit wifey. So perhaps we had as well be moving. Edith was too much shocked and disgusted to ask them to prolong their visit. She sighed in bitterness of heart as she thought of the widespreading evil of even one worldly-minded and remiss clergyman, and of the awful responsibility those incur who appoint such to be the ministers of God. "You'll make our apologies to her ladyship," said Mr. Meadow, "and I shall write my views more at large to Sir Reginald. It was unfortunate that he should happen to have been engaged, as the fact is, Mrs. Meadow and I had made up our minds to spend the day here. But I've no doubt he'll think better on the subject when he gives it a fair consideration." Edith felt relieved when she saw the party drive off in a very gay carriage hired for the occasion. End of section 36, read by Brize Cries, Ohio. Section 37 of Destiny, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Destiny, Volume 2 by Susan Edmonstone Ferrier. Chapter 37. The day was now advanced, and Edith expected that when Lady Elizabeth should emerge from her apartment, it would be to take her departure. But instead of that, she received a message requesting her to wait upon her ladyship in her dressing room. Thither she repaired, and found her in her usual little, frivolous bustle. "I sent for you, my dear, to say that as I don't feel quite well this morning, I think I shall remain where I am. And I have just been writing a note to Monsieur Lamotte to desire him to come hither. I must say it was very cross in Florinda to prevent my bringing him, and my poor dear loves of dogs, it makes me wretched to think how they must be pining in my absence. But I really think the air of this place suits me better than that of the cottage. To tell you the truth, I never liked a cottage. 'Tis always unbecoming, and it was a mere matter of convenience, my going there at all. But with my poor pittance, what could I do? However, I am now resolved to come to an understanding with my daughter, as I think it quite shameful that I should be starving on her miserable 2,000 a year, while she is living en princesse. I have seen a good deal, but I have never seen anything to surpass the style of living here, and the extravagance of the whole establishment, my maid tells me, is excessive. Did you ever see such a house, such a table, such dress, such equipage? All perfect, to be sure, but the very perfection of extravagance. I fear Lady Waldegrave will indeed bring herself into great difficulties, said Edith, unless something can be done. Something must be done, said Lady Elizabeth sharply. It is absolutely impossible that I can live in this country upon the wretched sum allowed me. As it is, I have been obliged to contract that which I must look to her for discharging, and then let there be a proper allowance settled upon me. I mention all this to you, my dear, because I think you are the person to manage matters between Florinda and me. I have too much delicacy to enter on the subject myself, either with my daughter or her husband. Edith almost sickened at this new development of folly and misconduct. She saw the evils were far beyond her reach, and that all her attempts to stem the torrent which was advancing would be in vain. You must excuse me, Lady Elizabeth, she said mildly, from undertaking the office of adjusting your difference with Lady Waldegrave. If I could render you any service, I would most willingly do it, but I have reason to believe Lady Waldegrave is not in a condition to better your circumstances at present. The fact is, child, you know nothing at all about it, said her ladyship angrily, and I must find someone else who does. So I shall remain here for some days at least. During that time I shall endeavor to come to some arrangement with my daughter. In the meantime I must send the carriage for my physician. and she rang the bell to give her orders. The thought of a prolonged stay in such a house and under such circumstances was most painful and embarrassing to Edith, and only one way appeared by which she could extricate herself from it. Lady Arabella Conway had repeatedly invited her to spend some time with her, and she had promised that if she could leave Lady Elizabeth before the Ribleys returned, she would do so. At any time the performance of this promise would have been a pleasure to her, but doubly so on the present occasion. She therefore immediately made known her intention to Lady Elizabeth, who, seeing she was not likely to be of use to her at present, gave her assent to the proposal. Lady Waldegrave heard of her mother's extended visit and Edith's proposed departure with surprise and displeasure. "If Mamma really has a cold and will keep quietly in her room, it will be all very well," said she. "But in a few days, when those tiresome tradespeople will have made an end of their work, I expect my whole corps dramatique, and if her ladyship attempts to join it," here she gave a groan and a shrug, "and then it is so cruel in you, Edith, to desert me at such a time when you might be useful to me in 1,000 ways. In the first place, I am quite certain you could, if you would take the trouble, get Mamma to assist me in my present difficulties. Indeed, if she does not, I do not know what I shall do. I am so pestered for money." "And you are going to have a house full of company?" "Certainly. I must have company, and I must have amusement. I am already dying of ennui." "And yet you have everything the world can bestow. Rank, wealth, youth, beauty, the husband of your choice, a lovely boy. Ah, Florinda, since you find all these insufficient for your happiness, will you not seek it in still higher, better things?" "Oh, for heaven's sake, don't begin to preach. Or if you will, pray reserve your sermon for Sir Reginald, who requires it much more than I do. In truth, Edith, you know nothing of the world, and I assure you, you greatly overrate my advantages. In the first place, my rank is next to nothing, and but for other accomplishments, I certainly should never have attained the consequence in society which I have done. Then as to my fortune, that is not half sufficient to enable me to keep pace with the people I live among. As for the husband of my choice, you saw the humor he came home in last night. No, by the by, you did not see it, as it was all reserved for me. But I shall not enter upon that subject at present. What I wish to say is that before you leave me, I do wish you would sound Mamma a little on money matters. If she would assist me with £1,000 or two, it would, I assure you, be a relief to me at present." Edith now ventured to hint to her the real state of the case with regard to Lady Elizabeth's finances, but Lady Waldegrave heard it with an incredulous smile. "All that only tends to confirm me in my belief that she is actually hoarding money," said she, "and indeed it is scarcely possible it can be otherwise, for although she is forever buying trumpery of some sort, yet the things she buys are such trumpery that 'tis impossible she can spend her fortune in that way." "So far from hoarding money, Lady Elizabeth assures me she is actually in want of it," said Edith. "Pshaw! That must be absolute nonsense," said Lady Waldegrave impatiently. "However, I see you don't know Mamma, so you are no hand to deal with her, since you take for gospel all she says. I must get my steward to speak to her, though these sort of people are all so stupid and tiresome, I hate to have anything to do with them. I hope you will prove a better actress than you are an agent, for I see you are really not au fait in that department. If you are resolved to go today, do pray return soon, as I wish to begin the rehearsals. And apropos, do secure that handsome Mr. Malcolm for me. I shall invite him as soon as the house is ready. Pray tell him all this, and—" But here the entrance of visitors interrupted her ladyship before Edith could reply. The party consisted of some fashionable and of course favorite young men from town, and were hailed with delight by Lady Waldegrave, who was again all animation and seeming happiness. The ladies Bingley made their appearance and for the first time showed signs of animation. In a little while Lady Arabella Conway was announced. She had received Edith's note as she was stepping into her carriage, and had immediately driven to Woodlands, as she said, to carry off her prize. Edith was too sincere to attempt to return in kind the expressions of regret Lady Waldegrave then thought proper to utter at losing her, and she almost recoiled from the tender embrace that was bestowed upon her at parting. It was not till she found herself within the precincts of Oakley House that her spirits revived, and she felt that she breathed a purer, better atmosphere. End of section 37, read by Brize Cries, Ohio. Section 38 of Destiny, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Destiny, Volume 2 by Susan Edmonstone Ferrier. Chapter 38. Admiral Conway and Mr. Malcolm were walking before the house, and a groom was in attendance with a led horse. "So you have left the gaieties of Woodlands to come and rusticate with us," said the Admiral, as he welcomed Edith with all a sailor's cordiality. "After that I forbid any man, woman, child, or animal to quit my dominions while Miss Malcolm remains. We must all make common cause to show our sense of the compliment she has paid us. Parker," to the groom, "Mr. Malcolm's horse may be turned out to grass, for he won't require it for 6 weeks at least." "There's no disputing such commands," said Mr. Malcolm with a smile. "So," addressing the servant, "I shall not want my horse today." "No, nor tomorrow neither," said the Admiral. Then, turning to Edith, "Here have I been urging this gentleman to remain a week or two with us quietly here to no purpose. But no sooner does a fair lady appear than he knocks under at once. You see your influence, so make a good use of it. It will be all the stronger for being exercised, as my Arabella knows," said he, patting his lady on the shoulder with an air of good-humored raillery. "My influence must be so very small," said Edith, "that I suspect it can only serve as a sort of cat's paw for your own power." "What an invidious insinuation!" exclaimed the Admiral. "I appeal to you, Malcolm. Is such the case?" "Not on the present occasion," said Mr. Malcolm, and he colored as he said it, as though he meant more than he expressed. "That is spoken like an honest man," said the Admiral. "But indeed, let women say as they will, we are, upon the whole, much more open and avowed in all our proceedings than they are. Don't you agree with me, Malcolm?" Mr. Malcolm was silent for a few moments, as if struggling with his emotion. Then, in an agitated voice, replied, "Not in my own case." Then, as if he had said too much, he turned abruptly round and walked away. A pause ensued, which Lady Arabella was the first to break. "Much as I admire both Mr. Malcolm's character and manners," said she, "I confess there is a mystery about him that, to say the least of it, is not pleasant." "There is no mystery about his character," said the Admiral. "That is well known, and I'll venture to say a braver and better man does not exist. There are only 2 things I wish respecting him. The one is that he belonged to the British Navy, the other that I had a spare daughter to bestow upon him. There is something so open, so noble, I may say, in his countenance and air that seems quite inconsistent with concealment, and yet he sedulously shuns all allusion not only to his family, but even to his birthplace or connections of any kind," said Lady Arabella. "In short, you have just the besetting sin of your sex, Belle. Not satisfied with all you have heard, from good authority, of this young man's character and conduct, you must have the history of his parents, his mother's maiden name, of course, with a certificate of his birth and baptism. What the plague does it signify in what parish such a man was born?" I have never been able to discover even to what country he belongs, continued Lady Arabella. His name is English, but his accent and pronunciation, though good, are not perfectly English. In short, Miss Malcolm, said she, smiling, take an old woman's advice and don't fall in love with him till you know more about him. I shall certainly follow your advice, replied Edith in the same tone. And if I were a bonny lass, said the Admiral, and such a noble fellow came to court me, I should at once give him my hand and say, if I could not sing, oh yes, I will follow, I will sail the world over, nor think of my home when I look at my lover. Lady Arabella and Edith laughed at the Admiral's romantic ardor in his friend's cause. But I can tell you what, said the Admiral, you need not trouble your heads about Mr. Malcolm's heart, for on my rallying him on that point today, he acknowledged to me that his affections were engaged to one whom he had loved from childhood. There's constancy for you. Edith felt a little piqued at the Admiral supposing the state of Mr. Malcolm's affections could be of any consequence to her, and after a little more chat they separated to dress for dinner. The dinner party was increased by the arrival of some chance visitors, but Mr. Malcolm contrived to place himself beside Edith at table, and in spite of all her resolutions, her reserve gave way, and she found herself insensibly talking to him of Mrs. Macaulay, Glenroy, and Inchorn, as she would have done to an old friend. In reply to a question of Edith's, he acknowledged having been in the Highlands when a boy, but he evinced so much emotion at the interrogation that she was sorry she had put it, and immediately changed the conversation. Certainly some painful mystery attaches to this young man, she thought. I wish I knew what it is, for he seems very amiable, and at times looks very melancholy. End of section 38, read by Brize Cries, Ohio. Section 39 of Destiny, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Destiny, Volume 2 by Susan Edmonstone Ferrier. Chapter 39. There is no surer mark of a selfish character than that of shrinking from the truth. Even in its gentlest, mildest form, it comes an abhorred apparition to those who, sunk in their own silken dreams, would keep their eyes closed against all the conviction of unpleasant reality. So it was with those whom Edith had tenderly sought to awaken to the knowledge of the simplest and most obvious of even worldly truths. Each disliked even the little she had done, although they were too much disunited to agree even on that point, or indeed to be aware of what had passed on either side. Edith was, however, no sufferer by the disgrace into which she had fallen, as she was allowed to remain for some days in uninterrupted tranquillity, and seldom did days pass away more pleasantly. Each brought its round of religious duties, of benevolent actions, of tranquil pleasures, and rational enjoyments. When there was no company, Mr. Malcolm commonly read for an hour or two in the morning, and he possessed all the requisites for that most rare of all accomplishments, having a fine voice, a correct ear, quick perceptions, good taste, and perfect simplicity. A discussion one day arose as to the choice of a book from among those which lay scattered on the library table. Lady Arabella proposed the Life of Howard the Philanthropist. The Admiral wished to hear the Memoirs of Pepys. For, said he, the one will send us all to prison, and the other will take us to court and the Admiralty, where we shall surely find ourselves in better company. What say you, Miss Malcolm? I am rather inclined to go to prison with Howard than to court with Pepys, replied Edith. Let us try both, and see whether the philanthropist or the courtier has the best of it, said Mr. Malcolm, and he read a few passages from each alternately. Extracts from the diary of S. Pepys and from the journal of Howard the philanthropist. Pepys. This morning I put on my best black cloth suit, trimmed with scarlet ribbon, very neat, with my cloak lined with velvet, and a new beaver, which altogether is very noble. Howard. Let it be my earnest inquiry how I shall best serve God in the station which he has assigned me. Pepys. Thus I have ended this month with the greatest joy that ever I did any in my life, because I have spent the greatest part of it with abundance of joy and honor, and pleasant journeys, and brave entertainments, and without cost of money. Thus we end this month, as I said, after the greatest glut of content that ever I had. Only under some difficulty, because of the plague which grows mighty upon us, the last week being about 1,700 or 1,800 dead of the plague. Howard. Ease, affluence, and honors are temptations which the world holds out, but remember the fashion of this world passeth away. On the other hand, fatigue, poverty, suffering, and dangers, with an approving conscience. O God, my heart is fixed trusting on Thee. My God, O glorious words, there is a treasure in comparison of which all things in this world are as dross. Pepys. Lord's Day. Up and put on my colored silk suit, very fine, and my new periwig, bought a good while since, but durst not wear because the plague was in Westminster when I bought it, and it is a wonder what will be the fashion after the plague is done as to periwigs, for nobody will dare to buy any hair for fear of the infection, that it had been cut off of the heads of people dead of the plague. Howard. I would look to the moral source from whence all evil and suffering have been derived, and should at least endeavor to diminish their bitterness. And oh, how should I bless God if such a worm is made the instrument of alleviating the miseries of my fellow creatures, and to connect more strongly the social bond by mutual exertions for mutual relief. Pepys. To church, and heard a good sermon upon, Seek ye first the kingdom of heaven and its righteousness, and all things shall be added to you. A very excellent and persuasive, good and moral sermon. He showed, like a wise man, that righteousness is a surer way of being rich than sin and villainy. Howard. Sunday evening, very desirous of returning with a right spirit, not only wiser but better. A cheerful humility, a more general love and benevolence to my fellow creatures, watchful of my thoughts, my words, my actions, resigned to the will of God, that I may walk with God and lead a more useful and honorable life in this world. Pepys. Abroad with my wife, the first time that ever I rode in my own coach, which do make my heart rejoice and praise God, and pray him to bless it to me and continue it. Howard. Look forward, O my soul. How low, how mean, how little is everything but what has a view to the glorious world of light, life, and love. The preparation of the heart is of God. Prepare the heart, O God, of thy unworthy creature, and unto thee be all glory through the boundless ages of eternity. What important lessons may be learned from reading these passages, said Lady Arabella. Who could recognize in these characters the creation of the same divine mind? Oh, exclaimed Edith with fervor, who but must feel the contrast which they exhibit between the love of duty and the love of self, between the pure and exalted aspirations of Christian piety and benevolence, and the groveling sentiments of mere worldly interest. Why, surely no one will pretend to say these varieties of human nature are fair specimens of any two distinct classes in the world, said the Admiral, who loved a little argument for its own sake. At least if there be occasionally a Howard, who in all the emergencies of life can raise his mind to the first great cause, surely we have few or no Pepys in these days of mental cultivation. "That there are few Howards may be granted," said Malcolm, "but Pepys's character, I fear, is neither an antiquated nor an overcharged picture. His dialect may be out of fashion, as his dresses would now be, but his sentiments are those felt by all vain and vulgar minds to this day, and it must be the very truth and universality of their application which gives his diary its chief interest." "Ay, to be sure," said the Admiral. "I had forgot the breed of modern dandies, male and female, whose Sabbath day thoughts, were they put in black and white, like poor Pepys, would not be, 'Wherewithal shall I come before the Lord?' but, 'How shall I most becomingly trick out and adorn my body, so as to excite the admiration and envy of my fellow creatures?' Himself so much the source of his delight, his Maker has no beauty in his sight, as your favorite Cowper says. And the mind of Cowper, awfully and mysteriously as it was occasionally eclipsed, still shone with a divine light, which has awakened and exalted the hearts of thousands of his fellow creatures," said Malcolm. "But," said the Admiral, "if we could make a free choice and form our own characters, could we hesitate, think you, in preferring the mind of a Howard to that of a Pepys?" "That is entirely a supposititious question," replied Malcolm, "since we know that of the many millions of spirits called into this state of existence, there are none whose natural bias is not to evil. But he who gave to Howard the power of becoming a ministering spirit to all who required his sympathy and aid, and enlightened his mind with the divine love which communicates itself to all around, he too placed Pepys in this visible world, and surrounded him with like means of improvement. Yet how strange and sad to read the transcript of his heart in his diary, filled as it is with disgusting frivolity and unfeeling levity. His ideas of God are scarcely worthy of a savage. Of moral beauty he seems to have formed no conception. The sufferings of others he appears to have viewed with perfect indifference, and even with pleasure, if he were likely to gain any advantage by them. Surely, had his one talent, such as it was, been well applied, he would have handed down to posterity a very different account of his stewardship from that which now stains his memory." "I hope you don't mean to say it is requisite we should all be Howards," said the Admiral, somewhat testily. "By no means," replied Malcolm, "at least not to the extent or in the same way. But I think each may be, and many doubtless are, Howards in their own sphere of action. Were it otherwise, some of our noblest faculties would have been given in vain, and must lie useless and unemployed." "But how do you account for Pepys's constant flow of cheerfulness and contentment?" demanded the Admiral. "To all appearance he was a happier man than Howard." "I cannot dignify Pepys's inane selfish complacency with the name of happiness," replied Malcolm. "At least it must have been merely the happiness of an animal or an idiot, while Howard's must have been that of an angel or superior being. His tranquillity rested on principles which time would only confirm and enlarge, while the enjoyment of the other depended on mean, trivial circumstances, which could yield no rational satisfaction, and which consequently must have been as perishable in its nature as it was worthless in its results." "Believe me, my good friend," said the Admiral, "your standard is too high. Were all hearts laid open as poor Pepys, we should find thousands and tens of thousands of respectable, well-behaved people, every whit as bad, many much worse, and all believing themselves on the high road to heaven." "That may be," said Malcolm, "for the scale of humanity rises by innumerable steps from the lowest to the highest state. But surely the more our moral and intellectual powers are enlarged and improved in this stage of our existence, the higher will be our destiny hereafter. And we can scarcely doubt that time and eternity are but different periods of the same state, requiring the same dispositions and faculties. And if so, who would not have lived and died a Howard rather than a Pepys?" I like the notion of our retaining our identity, said Lady Arabella. And to think that many-colored web called experience, which we weave here mingled with so many bitter tears, is to serve some purpose hereafter. I have always loved those verses of Gambald's, where this idea is finely expanded. And she rose, took down the volume, and read. The Mystery of Life. So many years I've seen the sun, and called these eyes and hands my own. 1,000 little acts I've done, and childhood have, and manhood known. Oh, what is life, and this dull round to tread? Why was a spirit bound? So many airy draughts and lines, and warm excursions of the mind, have filled my soul with great designs, while practice grovelled far behind. Oh, what is thought, and where withdraw the glories which my fancy saw? So many tender joys and woes have on my quivering soul had power. Plain life with heightened passions rose, the boast or burden of their hour. Oh, what is all we feel? Why fled these pains and pleasures o'er my head? So many human souls divine, so at one interview displayed, some oft and freely mixed with mine, in lasting bond my heart have laid. Oh, what is friendship? Why impressed on my weak, wretched, dying breast? So many wondrous gleams of light and gentle ardors from above have made me sit like seraph bright some moment on a throne of love. Oh, what is virtue? Why had I, who aimed so low, a taste so high? Ere long, when sovereign wisdom wills, my soul an unknown path shall tread, and strangely leave, who strangely fills this frame, and waft me to the dead. Oh, what is death? 'Tis life's last shore, where vanities are vain no more, where all pursuits their goal obtain, and life is all retouched again, wherein their bright results shall rise, thoughts, virtues, friendships, griefs, and joys. That is a very pleasing creed, and more especially at our time of day, Arabella, said the Admiral, for I should be sorry to think that after having weathered it together these 40 years, we should lose sight of each other for evermore when once we parted company. Come now, lay aside your books and work, and get your cloaks and bonnets. End of section 39, read by Brize Cries, Ohio. Section 40 of Destiny, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Destiny, Volume 2 by Susan Edmonstone Ferrier. Chapter 40. On the return of the little party from their walk, they found that Lady Waldegrave and Sir Reginald had been calling. At least so it was to be inferred from cards which had been left for each individual of the family. There was also a note to Edith requesting of her return to Woodlands the following day, as arrangements were now making for the theatricals in which she was expected to bear a part. A P.S. expressed the hope that Mr. Malcolm would likewise join the party, adding that a choice of 2 principal characters should be reserved for him as a mark of especial favor. When she had read the note, Edith presented it to Mr. Malcolm. "I have no right to withhold an invitation," said she, "but I certainly wish Lady Waldegrave had conveyed this one through some other medium." "Through no other medium could it have been so acceptable," he replied, as he took the note. "But even through it the invitation is not a gratifying one. I am sure I need scarcely ask what is your intention, but I beg that since Lady Waldegrave has done me the honor to insert my name in your invitation, you will oblige me by including me in your refusal." "You shall ride there with me tomorrow and make your own excuse," said the Admiral. "We have been rather remiss in our duties in that quarter." "I must beg to be excused from that also," said Mr. Malcolm. "Why so?" inquired the Admiral. "Sir Reginald left a card for you, and his lady invites you to the house in any character you choose. What more would you have?" "Sir Reginald could not intend to call upon me," said Mr. Malcolm, with peculiar emphasis and coloring deeply. "But at any rate it is not for me to return the visit at present. The time will come, I trust, when—" He stopped and seemed to repress the words which were already on his lips. "When what?" asked the Admiral bluntly. Mr. Malcolm's eyes were cast down as if in meditation, while his varying expression testified that it was of no tranquil kind. But the momentary cloud passed from his brow, and looking up, he said, "When Sir Reginald and I may meet upon more equal terms than we can do at present." "I begin to think you are a really strange fellow, Malcolm," said the Admiral gravely. "In other words, a suspicious character?" said Malcolm, forcing a smile. "No, no, there are no suspicions as to either your character or circumstances. Both are open as noonday, but still I don't know what to make of you." Mr. Malcolm was silent for a few seconds. He then said, in a calm but melancholy tone, "Think of me as one whom a single rash, imprudent, but I may add guiltless act has divested of home, friends, and country. But believe me when I say, the time is not far distant when I may again claim them all." "And all, I doubt not, will be ready to claim you, my dear fellow," said the kind old Admiral, shaking his friend's hand most heartily. "So do as you like. Only I can't allow you such latitude as Lady Waldegrave does, for I can only wish you to remain with us in one character, and that one your own." "I know not how it is," said Lady Arabella to Edith as they passed into the adjoining room, "but of late Mr. Malcolm has shown a degree of sensitiveness as to his situation which I never observed before. Since we have been acquainted with him, he never dropped the slightest hint that could lead us to suppose he was other than what he seems." Edith could not solve the mystery, but she felt more and more interested in one whose whole bearing and deportment raised him far above suspicion. It was impossible for her not to be aware that Mr. Malcolm regarded her with no ordinary degree of interest, and she could therefore only retain her original supposition that they had previously met, but somehow connected with circumstances too painful to be even adverted to. In spite of the Admiral's remonstrances, Mr. Malcolm persisted in going to town the following day, but under promise of a speedy return, and the ladies with their veterans set off to Woodlands. They must have been nice observers who could have detected anything amiss beneath the smiling surface that there met their view. All around, within and without, breathed only of pleasure in its fairest, most seductive form. The young, the noble, the beautiful, seemingly happy in themselves and each other, and amidst all the charms of nature and the refinements of art. No unpleasing thought or corroding care was visible in Lady Waldegrave's countenance, which was all gaiety and delight. But it was the gaiety and delight of a mind under the influence of excitement, and closed for the time against conviction or feeling. She was surrounded by a little band of admirers, who seemed to vie with each other in paying homage and offering up incense at her shrine. "I am delighted to see you, dear Lady Arabella," said she, in her sweetest of false manners, "and thank you for having brought back our runaway," embracing Edith as she spoke. "You are giving me credit I do not deserve," said Lady Arabella, "as I assure you I have no design of parting with her. And even if you had my consent, you would find it no easy matter to obtain Admiral Conway's." "Oh, apropos, Sir Reginald will of course be in the billiard room. I must let him know Admiral Conway is here," said Lady Waldegrave. Then, turning to Edith, she inquired in a low but significant tone, "Has a certain Mr. Malcolm nothing to answer for in detaining you from us?" Edith colored as she replied, "There is no occasion for anyone to give advice on a subject on which my own mind was made up from the first." "It was only for the ballet you were required," said Lady Waldegrave carelessly. But if you look upon dancing as one of the 7 deadly sins, I should be sorry you committed it to oblige me." And she turned contemptuously away. When people are disposed to ridicule, 'tis in vain to attempt to enter into any explanation with them. Edith therefore suffered the sarcasm to pass without contradiction. Lady Elizabeth now entered from an adjoining apartment, and having welcomed the Admiral and Lady Arabella, and conversed for a little with them, she next fastened as usual upon Edith. "I hope you will come to remain with us, my dear," said she, "for I have much to say to you." "I have engaged to remain with Lady Arabella until your return to the cottage," said Edith, "and to judge from appearances there is no want of company here." "Why, there is, to be sure, a mob of people, rather too many indeed, but I don't know how it is, everyone is employed in their own way, and in short, but come this way, let us go into the veranda, where we shall be quiet. You see how wonderfully well I am. Indeed, I feel quite restored, quite renovated. Lord Milbury said to me yesterday I had got le temps repose comme un garçon." Edith could with truth say she was happy to see that her ladyship looked better, and the lady went on. "It is particularly fortunate that I should have regained my looks at this time, as I have a little plan in contemplation, the success of which will depend very materially upon my appearance. You are aware, I suppose, of Florinda's intention of having a French play and ballet performed here next week. I should have been happy to take a part in the play, but really the labor of getting by heart I found would be too much for me. In fact, I cannot take the trouble to commit anything to memory. Then the fatigue of dancing in the ballet is more than I am yet able for. Indeed, the very thoughts of it made Florinda, poor dear, quite wretched. So I gave that up also. But something is expected of me on the occasion." "Nothing more, I am sure," said Edith, "than that you should be a pleased spectator." "You are quite mistaken," said her ladyship with an air of displeasure. "Anybody may be that, but I must be something more. I am expected to show off. It is a tax always levied on talented persons. In fact, we are public property." Edith saw remonstrance would be vain, so she remained silent. "However, as I cannot undertake the drudgery of the play, and am not equal to the exertion required in the ballet, I have devised a little interlude for myself, which I think will have a charming effect. I intend to come upon the stage in a little car, in short, as Venus, with little Dudley in my lap, as Cupid, in a flesh-colored silk dress and silver wings. My own dress I have not determined upon, but I think of having it couleur de soupe et oeuf. That, you know, will be appropriate, and I shall sing Eco d'amor il tempio. The design is pretty, don't you think so?" Edith felt as if she could both laugh and cry at the idea of this preposterous exhibition, and she said something about Lady Waldegrave not approving it. "Oh, as to that, the whole is to be kept a profound secret from Florinda, and to be quite a charming surprise to her. You must therefore promise me not to breathe a syllable of it to anybody. Indeed, had I not entertained a very high opinion of your prudence and good taste, I should not have let you into my secret." Edith would fain have tried to open the infatuated old woman's eyes to the folly and degradation of making herself a spectacle for the finger of scorn to point at. But her gentle remonstrances were like the sweet south blowing, not on a bank of violets, but of nettles. Lady Elizabeth cut them short with much asperity. At that moment she heard Sir Reginald's voice inquiring for her, and in another instant he was by her side in the veranda. His air and manner were at first a little embarrassed, but he soon regained his self-possession, and expressing his pleasure at seeing her there, he added a hope that she had come to remain with them. Edith could only repeat what she had before said on that subject. Sir Reginald looked displeased, then said, "You pay your relations a very bad compliment, certainly, in preferring the society of strangers to theirs, or there must be something very attractive at Oakley." "Oh, by the by," exclaimed Lady Elizabeth, That puts me in mind of what had almost escaped me. A little rumor I heard yesterday about you and Mr. What is his name? Only a little flirtation, perhaps, eh?" Edith blushed, and the consciousness she had done so, and that Sir Reginald's eyes were fixed upon her in deep scrutiny, increased her confusion. She then replied, "I am ignorant of any rumors you could have heard relating to me, certainly none which could be at all interesting either to myself or others, if they were founded in truth." "It is better," said Sir Reginald, "when there is no occasion given for rumors, either true or false." Edith made no reply, but motioned to Lady Elizabeth to re-enter the drawing-room, and, in spite of Sir Reginald's attempt to detain her, she rejoined the party she had quitted. Lady Elizabeth was in such spirits at the thoughts of the brilliant success that awaited her, that she continued to chatter away without intermission, while Lady Waldegrave whispered, smiled, and flirted with the loungers who surrounded her. Sir Reginald conversed with the Admiral, but his air was abstracted, and in the midst of all that was gay and brilliant, his animation seemed forced and joyless. The visit was indeed productive of little pleasure to any of the party, and Lady Arabella availed herself of the privilege of fashion to make it a short one. When taking leave, the Admiral, as if recollecting himself, said, "By the by, I believe I ought to apologize to you, Sir Reginald, for my friend Mr. Malcolm. He has gone to town this morning." Sir Reginald slightly bowed in acknowledgment, while he said, "I am not aware, Admiral, that any apology is due to me, as I have not the honor of Mr. Malcolm's acquaintance." "I beg your pardon, Sir Reginald," said the Admiral, in his usual straightforward manner, "but I understood you had left a card for my friend at the same time you called upon me." Sir Reginald turned on Lady Waldegrave a look of inquiry, which changed to one of displeasure, as she said with affected carelessness, "I believe a card was left for Mr. Malcolm. If report says true," she added, with a malicious smile to Edith, "he is likely to prove more to us than a mere visiting acquaintance." "Perhaps your ladyship is in Mr. Malcolm's confidence," said the Admiral, "and can tell us the name of the fair lady who has been able to fix even a roving sailor's affections from childhood." "No," said Lady Waldegrave haughtily. "Mr. Malcolm and his liaisons are alike unknown to me." Lady Arabella saw a blunt retort ready to burst from the Admiral, and hastened to put a stop to all recrimination by taking leave. Lady Elizabeth again whispered secrecy to Edith as she embraced her at parting. Lady Waldegrave's manner continued cold and pettish, and Sir Reginald, as he handed her into the carriage, uttered a half-angry, half-sorrowful remonstrance against her for not remaining with them. But homeless as she was, Edith would have preferred any species of dependence to the gilded snares of folly she there saw spread around. End of section 40, read by Brize Cries, Ohio. Section 41 of Destiny, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Destiny, Volume 2 by Susan Edmonstone Ferrier. Chapter 41. The following day, as Edith sat alone in the drawing-room, Mr. Malcolm entered. His appearance was so unexpected at the moment that she colored a little with surprise as she met his salutation. He too at first appeared somewhat embarrassed, but quickly regaining his self-possession, he advanced to the table at which she was sitting. "I dare scarcely hope for a welcome after so short an absence," said he, as he extended his hand to her, with something of hesitation in his manner. "It would be a bad compliment to say that absence enhanced anyone's value," replied Edith with a smile, as she shook hands with him. "Even if it did, it would be paying almost too great a price," said he, and he fixed his eyes on her with a look and meaning she could not understand. "But," he added, I flatter myself I may claim a welcome from you when I tell you I have seen your old friend, Mrs. Macaulay." "Have you indeed been to visit Mrs. Macaulay?" exclaimed Edith, with glad surprise. "Ah, how kind! Is she well and happy as usual?" "Perfectly so, and I am charged with many affectionate remembrances to you, and apologies for not having answered your last letter, as she has been even more than usually occupied of late." "Doing good and giving pleasure to all around her," said Edith. "Oh, how I long to see her! I have never been so long separated from her, and I fear, at her advanced age, such a change of life and habits, such a total deprivation of all the comforts she had been accustomed to, must be severely felt." "Do not be uneasy on her account," said Mr. Malcolm. "She looks almost as well and happy as she did at Glenroy." "You remember her then, at Glenroy?" exclaimed Edith. But she was sorry she had yielded to the surprise of the moment when she beheld the agitation Mr. Malcolm evinced at being thus reminded of what appeared to have been an involuntary acknowledgment. An awkward pause followed, and while confusion was still visible on the countenance of both, Sir Reginald Malcolm was announced. At that moment Edith would have felt the presence of almost anyone else a relief, but the sight of Sir Reginald only augmented her embarrassment. She, however, named Mr. Malcolm and him to each other, but she was struck with the manner in which the introduction was taken by both parties. On the part of Sir Reginald was an air of haughty scrutiny, which was met by that of Malcolm with a glow that mounted almost to his temples, and his eyes, which for an instant flashed fire, were then hastily averted, as though we both felt and feared the interrogation. Neither spoke, but the bearing of both denoted that sort of instinctive repugnance for which it is sometimes impossible to account. With Malcolm, however, the emotion was of a transient nature, and soon his countenance regained its wonted expression. But the cloud did not pass so quickly from Sir Reginald's brow. Edith expressed her regret that the Admiral and Lady Arabella should be from home, having gone to pay a visit of condolence to an old friend in the neighborhood. "I met them as I came hither," replied Sir Reginald, "and I learned from them that I should find you here alone and disengaged." He pronounced that last word with marked emphasis. "A few minutes ago I was both," said Edith. "And I was so fortunate as to find you so," said Mr. Malcolm. At the sound of his voice, Sir Reginald turned quickly round and regarded him for a moment with a look which seemed to say, "Who are you, sir?" And again it was met with the rising color and embarrassed air of one to whom the interrogation was painful. Edith felt the situation of both parties was unpleasant, but she regained her self-possession and said, "Mr. Malcolm had just arrived from town, and when you entered I was engaged in hearing of my dear old friend, Mrs. Macaulay, whom he has been kindly visiting." "I cannot claim much merit on that score," said Malcolm. "There is something so delightful in the sunshine of her heart. 'Tis a pleasure to come within its influence." Sir Reginald made no reply, but again cast a haughty, scrutinizing glance at Mr. Malcolm, which was evidently intended to silence him. But his embarrassment had fled, and it was now met by a look perfectly open and unshrinking, and there was something so noble in the stamp of the countenance as seemed to denote that it never had quailed, never would quail, for the fear of man. Sir Reginald turned away his proud gaze, and abruptly addressing Edith, said, "I beg a few minutes' conversation with you. I wish to see you alone." Surprised and somewhat piqued at the haughty, peremptory manner in which this request was made, Edith hesitated to comply, but as she marked Mr. Malcolm's rising color and Sir Reginald's flashing eye, she hastily rose and led the way into the small drawing-room. For a few seconds Sir Reginald was silent, as if striving to gain his self-command. He then said in a tone of assumed calmness, "May I beg to know who this gentleman, this Mr., or as some call him, Captain Malcolm is, to whom I've had the honor of being introduced?" He is the friend of Admiral Conway, replied Edith. And nothing more? Demanded Sir Reginald in the same restrained tone. That is surely sufficient to entitle him to civility from Admiral Conway's visitors, said Edith coldly. In some circumstances it might be so, but I would know something more of this person, this Captain Malcolm. I would know who and what he is. Edith was silent. Sir Reginald went on, still preserving his forced composure. Although Admiral Conway may be imprudent enough to invite an adventurer to his house, you must permit me to say, Edith, it by no means follows as a matter of course that you ought to be drawn into an intimacy with a person of that description. While I remain under the roof of Admiral and Lady Arabella Conway, I shall certainly not shun holding intercourse with their friends, replied Edith, mildly but firmly. The Conways would show a greater consideration for you if they were more chary in their friendships, said Sir Reginald with asperity. Excuse me, Sir Reginald, said Edith, but I have met with too much kindness from them to suffer them to be blamed, and especially on my account. I never can be injured by having their friends for my acquaintance. Yet you are aware that your name is already coupled with this adventurer's. Is that not injuring you? Cried Sir Reginald, now losing his self-command. Edith's color rose, but ere she could reply, he proceeded with increasing vehemence. As your nearest relation, I conceive myself entitled to ascertain the truth or the falsehood of this report. In no capacity whatever can I admit your right to interfere in my affairs, said Edith, rising with an air of displeasure. But he laid his hand upon her arm to prevent her leaving the room. Then do you refuse me the satisfaction of being able to contradict a report discreditable to yourself and your family? Said he vehemently. I refuse to acknowledge the authority of Sir Reginald Malcolm to demand any explanation from me, said Edith, roused beyond her usual meek endurance. Then I shall seek an explanation elsewhere, cried Sir Reginald passionately. At this threat, Edith's resolution failed her. She turned pale with apprehension at the thoughts of what might ensue were he to encounter Mr. Malcolm in the present irritated state of his feelings. There is no one who can give any explanation, said she faintly. There is none to give. Thanks, dear Edith, that is enough, he cried with a look of pleasure as he pressed her hand. And you forgive me. You forgive the solicitude of the inquiry. I forgive everything, said Edith, and every one, but I must consider the liberty you have taken as unjustifiable on your part as it was unwished for on mine. And now let us part. But Sir Reginald still held her hand while he looked earnestly upon her. I know you are truth itself, Edith, said he. I am satisfied the rumor was as false as it was malicious, but, and his eyes flashed fire, but I see plainly that unknown, that adventurer dares to love you. There is degradation in the very thought of your ever casting yourself away upon such a one. Promise, then, that you will never be his. Edith's whole face was in a glow, and for some minutes she was too much confused to reply. Sir Reginald's eyes were bent keenly upon her, and his lips were compressed, as if to restrain the workings of his breast. But soon regaining her self-possession, she replied, with calmness and dignity, There is no subject which could be proposed on which I would bind myself by a promise to anyone, certainly not to Sir Reginald Malcolm, and she again rose to quit the room. But tell me, said he, still detaining her, why did you quit Woodlands so hurriedly? Did Lady Waldegrave? Was it in consequence of anything she said? You can scarcely suppose, Sir Reginald, that your house and Lady Waldegrave's would have been the residence I should have made choice of, said Edith. But since you were there, why leave it so abruptly? I went, at Lady Waldegrave's earnest solicitation, to spend one day with her. And you would not remain another to gratify me? Ah, Edith, if you but knew the 100th part of the misery I endure. Why should it be so? Said Edith earnestly. You have all that this world can give. Sir Reginald's only answer was a deep sigh and an impatient wave of the head. Ah, Reginald, since you do not find your happiness in the follies, must I say in the vices, of the world, as no one ever did, will you not seek it in other and better sources? Your home, your child, your country, your God? And she looked on him with eyes of almost seraph's purity and softness. Sir Reginald's lip quivered with emotion, and for some moments he remained silent, as if struggling with himself. He then exclaimed, I wish you would talk to Lady Waldegrave on these subjects. It is there the reform should begin. By heaven, her caprice and extravagance would beggar a kingdom. But were she to see you giving up any of your favorite pursuits, that would make no difference, or if it did, it would only be to afford her still greater scope for her heartless folly. At least the experiment is worth trying, said Edith. Excuse me, he replied impatiently, but women cannot possibly judge of those things. They may be of use to one another in the way of advice, and if you will take up your residence with us, I am convinced you might be of service to Florinda, if anything can be of service to one so selfish and hollow. Do then let me persuade you to come to us. No, Sir Reginald, that can never be, said Edith, calmly and firmly. From my heart I wish Lady Waldegrave and you all happiness. I would do much to promote it if I could, but the means seem beyond my reach. Happiness. Ah, Edith, you little know when you talk of happiness to me. There was a time indeed when my happiness was in your hands, and had you borne with me a little longer, had you made a little more allowance for the folly and infatuation of a mere boyish fancy, we might both have been happier now. A slight blush tinged Edith's cheek, but there was no uncertain expression in her eyes as she raised them to his with a look grave and mild, but full of pity, while she said, On my own account I have no regret, and I never will listen to yours. As a friend and brother of my brother, as a successor to my father, as my nearest kinsman, in all these relations I shall ever be interested in your welfare, but in no other may you ever lay claim to my sympathy. There was a dignity in her manner that debarred all further discussion, and Sir Reginald made no attempt to detain her as she returned to the room they had left, but followed with an air of haughty pique and mortification. Scarcely deigning to notice Mr. Malcolm, he took leave, and in an instant his horse's feet were heard galloping down the avenue. End of section 41, read by Brize Cries, Ohio. Section 42 of Destiny, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Destiny, Volume 2 by Susan Edmonstone Ferrier. Chapter 42. A scene such as this could not fail to disturb the serenity of Edith's mind, but yet, amidst the painful emotions which had been excited, there was one of a more pleasurable kind. Sir Reginald had said that Malcolm loved her, though that could not be, for his affections, it seemed, had long been riveted on another, while hers had been too cruelly blighted ever again to revive. No, love it could not be on either side, but it might be something better and more enduring. She admired Mr. Malcolm's character, and was pleased with his society. His sentiments on most subjects agreed with hers. Their tastes and pursuits were similar, and it was therefore but natural that he should evince a degree of preference for her, which one unacquainted with the real state of the parties might mistake for love. Thus argued Edith as she repeated to herself the words which had called forth this train of reflections. But even while she repelled the idea, it nevertheless operated on her feelings, and when she again joined him, the ease and simplicity of her manners had given place to an air of timidity and embarrassment, which he could not fail to perceive. "Well," said the Admiral on his return, addressing Edith, "you have had no lack of beaux in my absence, it seems. Here is one," pointing to Mr. Malcolm, "who has found his way to you, and we met another whom I allowed to pass, after stipulating with him that he should not run away with you in my absence. If he did, I promised him a hot chase for myself and my captain when he should return." Edith's head was bent over her embroidery, and the Admiral went rattling on. "You had just come in the nick of time, Malcolm, to protect our fair prize," said he. "Otherwise, I suspect she would have been carried off by a gay rover. Confess," cried he, turning to Edith, "that Sir Reginald came with some such nefarious design." "Not absolutely," said Edith, trying to force a smile. "I was only pressed to return to Woodlands by my cousin." "But you told him, I hope, that you preferred the company of an old couple and an absent lover," laying his hand on Mr. Malcolm's shoulder, as he sat in pensive abstraction, "to all the gay doings at Woodlands." Edith colored as she thought of Reginald's ideal suggestion, when Mr. Malcolm said in a peculiar tone, "Not absent, only clouded." "That is a nice distinction, I suspect, in your case, my good friend," said the Admiral. "But we shan't differ about a word. Was this your first introduction to Sir Reginald?" "Not my first," replied Malcolm, with some hesitation. "But it is many years since we met." "Many years," repeated the Admiral, laughing. "Neither of you has been many years in the world, according to my mode of reckoning. Pray, may I ask, what do you call many years ago?" 13 years, and many, many years they have appeared to me," answered Malcolm, with a sigh. If he had known Reginald 13 years ago, he must have known me too, thought Edith, for at that time Reginald and she were inseparable, and she gazed with wonder and inquiry. "Why, to be sure," said the Admiral, 13 years must be a respectable portion of your life. But as your old Scotch song says, "Should old acquaintance be forgot?" I hope Sir Reginald and you renewed your acquaintance." "No," replied Malcolm. "Sir Reginald did not recognize me." "That is not surprising," said Edith, "for I too must have known Mr. Malcolm in those childish days, as my cousin and I were educated together." "On some minds early impressions are faint and evanescent," replied Mr. Malcolm, evidently evading the inquiry. "On others they are vivid and indelible." And as he spoke, his eyes were directed to Edith with a look of such deep and tender interest as seemed to speak of thoughts linked with many a fond recollection. "Don't be too secure of the indelibility of certain childish impressions," said the Admiral, with a significant look and an expressive tone. "I thank you for your caution," replied Malcolm, with a smile, "but I think I may venture to feel secure of sentiments which have stood the test of time and absence, and which every day tends only to strengthen and confirm." And again his look seemed unconsciously bent on Edith. "What say you to the volatility or the indelibility of early impressions, Miss Malcolm?" said the Admiral. "Are they fugitives or fixtures, think you?" "The impressions made in childhood are certainly very strong," said Edith, "but as the mind matures, it surely becomes our duty to examine them by a better light than that of nature, and to discard or retain them according as we find them worthy of a place in our affections." "You are a little philosopher," cried the Admiral, "and I should fear you never would fall in love, were it not for that sweet blush of yours. But philosophy never blushes." "I may well blush at being styled a philosopher," said Edith, with a smile. "I suspect it is I who ought rather to do so, for having likened you to anything so odious as a female philosopher," said the Admiral. "But you must spare a poor old weather-beaten tar. And here comes Arabella. She will be jealous if she hears of all this blushing between us." "Indeed, I have some reasons," said Lady Arabella, as she joined them. For I assure you, Miss Malcolm, the Admiral was so afraid of your cousin's carrying you off in his absence that I could scarcely prevent him from returning to guard you himself. But with a gouty foot and a shattered arm, I think he would scarcely have been able to cope with so gallant a knight as Sir Reginald. I hope you did not find it a service of great danger, Mr. Malcolm. Had there been danger, I should certainly have welcomed it in such a cause, replied he. But my trials were rather those of passive endurance than of active enterprise. Again Edith read in the expression of his clear, eloquent eyes a meaning beyond the words he uttered. Strange, disjointed thoughts again came thronging upon her. He loves one known from childhood, she thought, and today he has all but acknowledged that he knew me in early life. But in another instant she rejected the wild idea, with shame at ever having harbored it, and something of displeasure that the lover of another should thus presume to make it doubtful whether she was not the object of his secret affections. These reflections rendered her silent and abstracted during the rest of the conversation. From that time she studiously avoided all opportunities of being alone with Mr. Malcolm, and would even have shortened her visit to Lady Arabella had she known where to go. But situated as she was, she had no alternative but to remain where she was. The return of the Ribleys was very uncertain, Mrs. Ribley having been taken ill at Cheltenham, and their stay having consequently been prolonged. Lady Elizabeth's movements were too eccentric to be depended upon, and Mrs. Macaulay was still in requisition in the various capacities of sick nurse, governess, housekeeper, and universal favorite in the little crowded, comfortless abode of the wise Johnny. Such being the position of all parties, there was nothing for it but to acquiesce in the present arrangement of things. Mr. Malcolm appeared to feel the change which had taken place, but though he looked thoughtful and melancholy, he made no attempt to win her back to the easy, friendly footing they had hitherto been upon. His attentions, if more guarded, however, seemed even more devoted than before, and in spite of the reserve of both, there still seemed as if a secret, though invisible, cord of sympathy bound their minds together. End of chapter 42, read by Brize Cries, Ohio. Section 43 of Destiny, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Destiny, Volume 2 by Susan Edmonstone Ferrier. Chapter 43. The invitation to Woodlands was again repeated and again declined in mild but decisive terms. Edith therefore flattered herself she should be allowed to remain, for some time at least, in the repose of neglect. But repose is not the element in which the idle and frivolous can exist themselves, or allow others to indulge in. The day preceding Lady Waldegrave's fête, Edith received a summons from Lady Elizabeth to repair immediately to the cottage. She was at no loss to conjecture that the impending éclaircissement between the mother and daughter had at last taken place, and had terminated, as she expected, in a violent fracas. The Admiral and Lady Arabella, alarmed at the thoughts of being deprived of their young favorite, proposed that, in case Lady Elizabeth had actually quitted Woodlands, she should be invited to take up her residence with them, and Edith promised to use her influence in prevailing upon her stepmother to consent. Lady Arabella and Mr. Malcolm accompanied her till within sight of the cottage, when the former turned back a few steps to speak to one of the gardeners. Edith was slowly retracing her steps to rejoin her friend, when Malcolm, in a hesitating tone, and with a heightened color, said, "Were it not very presumptuous in me either to hope or fear aught on my own account as connected with you, I should say I fear this interruption will prove only the prelude to a longer separation." I should have cause to grieve at anything that was to separate me from such kind and delightful friends as the Admiral and Lady Arabella, replied Edith, but there seems no likelihood of that at present. But even should you remain, I must depart. I must return to Greece for a short time, said Malcolm, earnestly. And should this be my only opportunity of seeing you alone, may I hope, forgive me, said he, in increasing agitation, forgive me if I venture to hope that even amid doubts and suspicion, we know and understand each other better than when we met. Edith was spared the embarrassment of reply, as they were at that moment joined by Lady Arabella, who, after repeating her invitation for Lady Elizabeth, called upon her reluctant companion to retrace his steps, and the little party separated. Edith found Lady Elizabeth in her dressing-room, extended on a couch, her physician and attendants bustling around her, and the atmosphere loaded with the fumes of hartshorn, ether, and such mental drugs as are usually supposed to minister to a mind rather than a body diseased. The paroxysm, however, appeared to be past, as she accosted Edith in her usual weak, querulous tone, and having embraced her in a faint, hysterical manner, she dismissed her attendants and began. You find me excessively ill. My whole system has received a shock which only the greatest skill and care will enable me to surmount. Nothing affects the look so much as agitation, and before this happened I was looking so particularly well. Here her ladyship applied her handkerchief to her eyes, and heaved repeated sighs. I trust nothing of a very serious nature has occurred, said Edith soothingly. Shocking, was the reply with a little hysterical sob. In fact, the usage I have met with, but my nerves are so shattered I shall never be able to speak of it. And the small sighs now rose to little half-repressed shrieks. Then do not attempt to talk of it, dear Lady Elizabeth, said Edith in the same bland tone. Not attempt to talk of it, exclaimed her ladyship, taking the handkerchief from her face in a sudden transport of indignation. I shall make a point of talking of it. The world shall hear of it. Such ingratitude, such, it is too shocking and foolish. By way of turning her mind from a subject which seemed too much for it, Edith here delivered the kind messages with which she had been charged by the Admiral and Lady Arabella, but they were received with peevish contempt. Don't talk about Admiral and Lady Arabella Conway at present, said she. They cannot be of the slightest service to me after the indignity I have met with. I can listen to nothing of the sort. To be so treated by my own daughter, who owes everything to me, though poor dear unfortunate, it is all owing to that unprincipled man. I always knew it would be so, but to dare to refuse me. Here a little hysterical laugh wound up the sentence. Pardon me if I venture to guess at the cause of this disagreement between you and Lady Waldegrave, said Edith gently, and still more, if I take upon me to assure you it is not at present in her power to assist you. Assist me, repeated her ladyship with indignation. You strangely mistake the matter. I required no assistance. On the contrary, my intention was to have assisted her. Undoubtedly there is some mistake, said Edith. There is much improper behavior, much ingratitude and folly, but no mistake. Excuse me if I still think there must be something misunderstood between Lady Waldegrave and you, said Edith. I have reason to be assured that any assistance you could afford her would be most acceptable. Why, so I thought, and most people would think, but it has been refused in the most insulting manner, and her whole frame quivered with indignation as she spoke. Edith felt more and more perplexed. I fear you will think me very troublesome in thus presuming to press my opinion on you, said she. But from what passed between Lady Waldegrave and me on the subject, I am certain there must be a misunderstanding on one side or other. It is very lately that she urged me to endeavor to procure your assistance to relieve her in her present embarrassments. "That is just of a piece with the rest of her behavior," exclaimed Lady Elizabeth. "Such duplicity! I was certain that she must desire it. It would have been ridiculous to suppose I would be otherwise than an acquisition to her. And I had spared no expense. Everything had been prepared in the most perfect taste. My car, my doves, my wings, all so purely classical." Here a convulsive sob choked her utterance. Edith was confounded. At first she thought wounded affection and mortified vanity had actually turned her brain, till the recollection of the fete and the great things destined for it flashed upon her memory, and the whole mystery was unraveled. But what an exhibition of human folly! It was almost too humiliating to be ridiculous. Lady Elizabeth went on. "Conceive my feelings after having been at so much trouble and expense to be told that she could not possibly allow such an exhibition to take place. An exhibition, what a word, shocking and foolish. And such ingratitude, when I had been at the expense of getting a dress for her child, quite a beautiful thing, flesh-colored silk, with the sweetest little silver wings. Altogether, the whole device was charming, and the effect would have been irresistible. But the fact is, I believe Florinda is jealous of the success which she foresaw would attend my little interlude. But am I for that reason to remain a cipher, to suffer my talents to lie useless? I consider it due to myself to make an appearance upon this occasion, and I told Florinda that unless I was to have my own way, and appear in a manner worthy of myself, I should instantly quit the house. The consequence is, you see me here." Emotion choked further utterance. Of all mental sufferings, perhaps the most difficult to administer relief to by honest means are those which spring from wounded vanity. The only panacea for a weak, vain mind in a state of irritation is flattery, and that was one which Edith would in no circumstances have applied. She sought, however, to soothe the angry feelings of her stepmother into composure, and then to reconcile her to her disappointment by such arguments as she thought best suited to her capacity. But the attempts were fruitless. The lady would listen to nothing but her own wrongs. When in the midst of one of her angry bursts, she suddenly stopped and exclaimed, "Now that you understand how matters are between my daughter and me, the only way in which you can be of use is to go to her immediately and endeavor to bring her to a sense of her duty before it is too late. I am still willing to forgive her upon receiving a proper apology and being invited, for I now must insist upon being invited to act my part. I shall order my carriage for you, for there is not a moment to lose." She was ringing the bell when Edith stopped her. "Pray excuse me, Lady Elizabeth," said she, "but I cannot really undertake this office. At least take a little time to consider of it, and allow me the same." "Not one instant," exclaimed her ladyship vehemently. "It must be done now, or not at all." "But it is late," answered Edith, "and the Admiral and Lady Arabella are in hopes of seeing you return with me. They expect no company, so you will find a quiet family party." "The thing of all others I detest," exclaimed the lady peevishly. "I detest family dinners, and I detest cottages which are, in fact, neither more nor less than small, dull, inconvenient houses. And if the Conways imagine I am to remain mewed up in this baby house, they are much mistaken. So let me hear no more of the Conways and their dinners, but go directly to my daughter," again ringing the bell violently for the carriage. "Dear Lady Elizabeth," said Edith earnestly, "it pains me to refuse any request of yours, but indeed I cannot go to Lady Waldegrave on such an errand. I would do much to reconcile you, but I think with her that the appearance you propose to make would be unbecoming her mother, the grandmother of her child, my father's widow." Lady Elizabeth turned almost blue with anger while she repeated, "Grandmothers and widows, coarse and gross. Who ever heard of such things in good society? Such terms are never used by those who understand good manners," and a little hysterical laugh rattled in her throat. She, however, quickly rallied and went on. However, since I am, it seems, your father's widow, certainly not what confers distinction upon me, you will allow, I hope, that I am entitled to claim the obedience of his daughter, and therefore I command you to go immediately to Lady Waldegrave, or even to her husband, and represent to them how excessively ill I have been treated by them, and that I desire I may be invited to return and sustain my part. Otherwise I insist upon my car, doves, and wings being sent to me immediately, and then they shall see what it is to have incurred my displeasure. Vexed as Edith was, she could not refrain from smiling at the mock dignity with which this tirade was delivered. Unwilling to accede to this preposterous request, or rather command, but afraid of the consequences of a refusal, in compassion to the wretched old woman, she at last undertook the painful because almost hopeless task of acting as mediator between her and her daughter. She was not allowed much time to deliberate, for the carriage had been ordered even before her consent had been asked, and she was hurried away upon her embassy. End of section 43, read by Brize Cries, Ohio.
Chapter 44 of Destiny, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christine Rottger. Destiny, Volume 2, by Susan Edmonstone Ferrier. Chapter 44. It had occurred to Edith that the only way in which it would be possible to reconcile parties would be for Lady Waldegrave to give up, or at least postponed, her theatricals. A small sacrifice, she thought, when put in comparison with even a foolish mother's displeasure. On reaching Woodlands, however, her hopes became more faint when she perceived the bustle and excitement which pervaded the whole establishment. Ladies' maids with important faces and consequential airs were seen hurrying to and fro, their hands full of flowers, feathers, and drapery. Sounds of many voices were heard declaiming and repeating their parts in some of the rooms. In others, the tones of various instruments were heard, and a half-open door disclosed a troupe of dancers practicing for the ballet. Upon being conducted to Lady Waldegrave, Edith found her not less occupied than her guests, she rehearsing her part with Lord Herbert, while one of the ladies, Bingley, acted as prompter. When Miss Malcolm was announced, she uttered an exclamation of pleasure, and hastened forward to receive her with more than her usual suavity and softness of address. "This is so kind of you, my love," said she, tenderly embracing her, "so very kind. I almost feared you would not come, and yet I thought you could not resist when you knew the cruel dilemma I am in." "It was in hopes of extricating you from it that I came," replied Edith. Lady Waldegrave pressed her hand. "Dearest Edith, how very kind and affectionate. Indeed, I cannot express how much I feel obliged to you. I always was set upon having you, though you were so coy and difficult to win. But however, since we have secured you, that is enough." "You mistake, Lady Waldegrave. I do not come on my own account." "Oh, no, not at all. You come on mine." "The purpose for which I have come," said Edith. "You could only come for one purpose, I am sure," interrupted her ladyship sportively. "The purpose of obliging me beyond expectation. When that is done, we shall then talk of other purposes, of wise and good purposes, such as I often, very often, intend to follow, and shall, I am sure, some day or other begin to practice under your auspices. Entendant, you will put yourself under mine for this one day. Was it not really too much that of my principal figure, Lady Sophia Marley, should have sprained her ankle, and Miss Townsend's provoking old grandmother have chosen to die? So there are 2 frightful gaps in my corps de ballet. But you will, I know you will, kindly fill one of them." "Excuse me," said Edith gravely. "I came for a very different purpose. I came at the request of Lady Elizabeth." Lady Waldegrave's countenance changed. "What? Has mamma been teasing you already with her absurdities? I thought you had been at the Conways. I sent a note there to you this morning." Edith explained to her that she had been sent for by Lady Elizabeth, and described the state in which she found her, but Lady Waldegrave would scarcely hear her to an end. "Really, this is too tiresome," cried she impatiently. "Surely you might know mamma better than to pay any regard to such scenes, and if she will be ridiculous, it is surely better that she should be so in her own dressing-room than in the face of the whole world. Nothing will induce me to permit her to make such an exhibition. It might have passed at the court of Louis XIV, when antiquated Venuses were quite à la mode. But in the present day, such an outrage against good taste is not to be endured." Edith gave a gentle assent to the impropriety of the exhibition, then, as delicately as she could, conveyed Lady Elizabeth's message, and added that surely something might be done to deprecate her displeasure and conciliate her. "Oh, after the thing is over it will be time enough to do that," replied her ladyship carelessly. "But Lady Elizabeth declares she is determined to go abroad immediately, unless you make some concession to her," said Edith. "That is perhaps the very best thing she can do," replied Lady Waldegrave in the same tone of indifference. "But if she goes now, she leaves you in anger. Oh, Florinda, can you bear to live under a parent's displeasure? Will you not rather sacrifice the amusement which is the cause of this strife, relinquish your theatrical representation, and call your mother to your house?" "How ridiculous!" exclaimed Lady Waldegrave angrily. "I can scarcely suppose you serious in making such a proposal, and I really have no leisure at present for persiflage." "Indeed I am serious," said Edith gravely. "Pshaw! That must be all make-believe. I know you would make a good actress. So pray put off your bonnet, and I will introduce you to the ballet room, where my corps de ballet are now practicing. Now do dispense with all the lackadaisical missyish can'ts and won'ts and indeeds, and so forth, and I shall take them all for granted, for my moments are very precious." Edith saw that all hopes of touching a heart so seared by selfishness and folly were vain. She therefore relinquished the attempt, and calmly but firmly assured Lady Waldegrave it would be in vain to urge her to take a part in any theatrical representation. Lady Waldegrave coloured with displeasure as she said, "Yet you can obstinately refuse to gratify me in so trifling a matter, while you expect I should sacrifice my own amusement and that of my friends for the unreasonable whim of another." "It is duty that makes the difference," said Edith gently. "Rather our opinion of what our duties are," replied Lady Waldegrave. "I consider it my duty to make my house agreeable to my friends, and to prevent mamma from making herself ridiculous. I also think it my duty to learn my part. Lord Herbert," said she, addressing the intended lover of the piece. "And it is mine to see that you get it by heart, is it not?" said he with a smile. Edith rose to take leave, and as she quitted the room she felt it a relief to return even to Lady Elizabeth and her cottage. The unsuccessful result of her embassy called forth a fresh burst of indignation from Lady Elizabeth, which was still further increased when, upon demanding her car, doves and wings, Edith was obliged to confess she had wholly forgotten to inquire into their fate. Another messenger was immediately dispatched with orders not to return without them, as, with the true spirit of a little vindictive mind, she seemed wretched at the idea of anyone else profiting by her misfortunes. In the prospect of disappointing any such design, she became more reconciled to her own discomfiture, and at length seemed to experience positive pleasure in the thoughts of the consternation that she flattered herself her sudden flight would occasion. "And now we must talk of our arrangements," said she. "I have ordered my people to have everything ready to set off tomorrow. I am sorry, my dear, I must leave you behind, as I really cannot take you comfortably with me. Besides, girls are rather an encumbrance abroad. But when I am settled myself, I shall not forget you. I shall endeavor to find un bon parti for you, and I think I shall succeed. But should I fail in that, you know you have always the resource of a convent, where you will have the very best society. So much better than living with the bourgeois relations. In the meantime, you must remain with me till I take my departure, for I have 1,000 matters to arrange." End of chapter 44. Section 45 of Destiny, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christine Rottger. Destiny, Volume 2, by Susan Edmonstone Ferrier. Chapter 45. As Lady Elizabeth's night was day, and her day was night, Edith had the undisturbed enjoyment of the morning to herself. She therefore availed herself of the opportunity of collecting the drawings and papers which she had previously left at the cottage, and was so employed when Mr. Melcombe was announced. Her writing case and portefeuille were open before her, and part of their contents were scattered promiscuously on the table at which she was seated. She rose to receive him, but there was something of mutual constraint and embarrassment in the meeting. After the usual commonplace salutations and inquiries had been exchanged, Mr. Melcombe said, as if to deprecate her coldness, "I fear I have been guilty of an intrusion at this early hour, but if I have, you must forgive me." "Why should you fear, and why must I forgive you?" inquired Edith with a smile. "Because when there is much to hope, there's always something to fear." "There's little room for either in this case," replied Edith slightly. "It is only indifference that would exclude hope or fear," said he, looking earnestly at her. "From anything so indifferent in its nature as a morning visit they surely may be excluded," answered Edith. "Though I believe we are all apt to expend our hopes and fears even in the issue of to be or not to be at home. The issue of even so trifling an event may, however, be important." He paused, then added, "But even if I should have trespassed, I think you will forgive me when I tell you the offense is not likely to be soon repeated, and when next we meet, I trust I shall be in different circumstances from those in which you have hitherto known me." His voice betrayed his emotion, and Edith was immediately struck with the thought that he alluded to his marriage with the object of his early affection. A strange sensation oppressed her. It might be that the difference of her own fate struck her forcibly when contrasted with the more favored destiny of another. Yet he was indeed true to his early vows, or had she been unconsciously supplanting another? Her heart shrank within her at the dread surmise. Alternately her cheek glowed with shame at the idea that she was the self-deluded sport of an imaginary attachment, and turned pale at the thought that perfidy and falsehood could dwell in such a mind. All this was the work of a moment, but she remained silent for some minutes. Then, making an effort to regain her self-possession, she said, "It is seldom that after a long separation people meet under the same circumstances. The change in yours, I trust, will be a happy one." "Yes, the change that will restore an unknown exile to his family and country must be a happy one," said he in a voice faltering with emotion. That will entitle him to do what, as a friendless unknown adventurer, he dares not. To seek the regard of one long and truly and fondly loved. There was no mistaking the tone and the look which accompanied the words. These declared the secrets of a heart too noble for dissimulation. Yet Edith strove to repel the thought that she could be the object of his love, and while a deep blush mantled her cheek, she said, "Is she, then, not aware of the constancy of your attachment?" "Now, I hope she is," replied he, "and that even in absence and under doubts and suspicions she will believe that a time will come when all will be cleared up. Would she be wrong in granting me this much of hope?" "I cannot tell," said Edith faintly, and she would have withdrawn the hand he had taken. "Ah, do not say so," he cried earnestly as he still retained it. "I cannot judge for another," said Edith in increasing confusion. "No, not for another, for yourself." "And she so long and truly loved?" said Edith in tones scarcely audible. "It is she whom I now ask only to believe that one day I may aspire to her regard, when the mystery which now excludes me from her sympathy is disclosed. Is this asking too much?" he said in deep agitation. "No," said Edith in a low, faltering voice. "That is enough," he exclaimed, as a glow of pleasure lighted up his countenance. "In the midst of dear, approving friends, then, you will acknowledge me." On the table which stood before them some drawings lay scattered, and as Edith in confusion turned her eyes from the deep, earnest gaze which was fixed upon her, they fell upon a view of Ink Oran by sunset, the parting gift of Lucy. Beneath were written these words from Ossian: "My soul is full of other times, the joy of my youth returns." "There," said she in emotion, "is the dear home where ere long I hope to be." "Ink Oran!" exclaimed Melcone in a tone that thrilled to her heart. She started and turned upon him a look of anxious inquiry, but his eyes were fixed on the drawing. Why should the simple pronouncing of a name conjure up visions of the past? Why should a tone, the tone of a stranger's voice, thus suddenly recall the past, the lost, the loved of other times to him unknown? These feelings were depicted on Edith's countenance as she continued to gaze in breathless suspense. Struck with her paleness and the intense interest expressed in her countenance, he seemed suddenly to recollect himself, and said with assumed calmness, "That scene once viewed can never be forgotten. It was on such an evening that I last beheld it," added he, and his voice quivered as he spoke, while his eyes were again riveted on the drawing. With an impulse for which she could not account, Edith took from her writing-box a miniature of Mrs. Malcolm. It had been painted soon after Ronald's departure, and had been destined for him, but subsequent events had defeated the intention, and the picture had been given to her. She now, with a feeling for which she could not have found a name, with a trembling hand placed the picture before him, while she said, "There is the picture of the only mother I ever knew. Was she too known to you?" For a moment he gazed upon it with a look of the most passionate fondness. Tears filled his eyes, but still he continued to gaze. Then, shading his brow with his hand as if to conceal his weakness, the tears forced their way through the fingers, vainly spread to hide them. Struggling to repress emotions too powerful to be restrained, he leant his head on the table, while his whole frame betrayed the agitation of his mind, and spoke those voiceless feelings with which his heart seemed panting. As Edith beheld this overpowering emotion, 1,000 wild, vague, bewildering fancies floated through her brain. Looks and tones and words that told of the lost, the dead, came thronging upon her in a strange confusion, mingling with the present, the living. Stronger and stronger the visions crowded on her brain. She felt as if reason was forsaking her. With the paleness of death on her brow, and eyes which seemed as if bursting from their sockets, she started up and exclaimed, "Who? Oh, in mercy tell me, who?" Her gaze was fixed on him with an expression of fearful scrutiny, but her pale lips were unable to utter more. Her lover's agitation was almost equal to her own. Words seemed to be struggling for utterance, while yet by a mighty effort he restrained them. At length, in a voice of deep yet subdued emotion, he said, "Edith, I have not deceived you. Can you trust me?" "Oh, you know not what you are doing," she exclaimed as she withdrew her hands wildly from his. "You know not the dark, the wild, the impossible things I fancy." And she gasped as she spoke and drew shuddering away. "Edith, dearest Edith, believe, only believe that I am true and that nothing is impossible." "What? Not that the seas should give up their dead?" cried she frantically. "Not their dead. But, Edith, do not, oh, do not tempt me thus to break a vow, rashly, perhaps impiously taken, but which I hold sacred. In a little while, a few short months, the time will come, dearest, most beloved, my first, my only love. Say that you will yet trust me, and then let us part." For some minutes Edith could not speak, but at length, restored to composure by the anguish which clouded his brow, she faintly articulated, "I will, I do." "At Ink Oren, then, let us meet. There let me find you, there let me claim you." Edith faintly breathed a single word, a name which had ever lain cherished in her heart. "Yours, and only yours, dearest Edith, by whatever name, to all else dead, forgotten." "Oh, not forgotten," cried Edith, bursting into tears. Still loved and mourned." "Edith, I conjure you, tempt me not. Make not the error of my youth to bring down perjury and dishonor upon me now. You have said you would trust me. May I not trust you?" In a moment Edith conquered her tremors. Her tears were arrested in their course. She did not speak, but the look with which she gave him, her hand needed not words to attest her resolution. Melcombe pressed it to his lips and tore himself away. End of chapter 45. Section 46 of Destiny, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christine Rottger. Destiny, Volume 2, by Susan Edmonstone Ferrier. Chapter 46. How like a dream, a vision of the night, did this brief and passing scene appear to Edith. Again and again she asked herself, could it be that the lost, the lamented, had thus, as it were, started into life? That the loved companion of her childish days was now the chosen of her matured affections? And these affections, had they been lightly transferred? Could affections, once so blighted as hers had been, ever again revive and own a second spring? Was it indeed love that she now owned and felt? Oh, how different from that which had cast its dazzling and delusive glare over her young imagination, and tinged so many of the radiant years of youth with colors fair. 'Tis true, but fading as the tints of the rainbow. Love had formerly been a sentiment, a false, narrow, exclusive sentiment, shared only by the object which inspired it. Now it was a noble, generous, diffusive principle, which glowed in her heart and sought to impart a portion of its own blessedness around. She had loved Reginald as she could have loved anything that fancy had painted to her as fair and fascinating. She had invested him with every noble and generous attribute which the young and imaginative so lavishly bestow on those they love. But the illusion had long since been dispelled, never again to gather over her heart. Again she loved, but by a light which could not deceive, by that divine light which taught her not to love the mere perishing idol of life's passing hour, but the immortal being, with whose soul her own might joy to claim kindred throughout eternity. And the dear ones who still mourned his loss, oh, theirs would be rapture almost to agony, but she dared not allow her thoughts to dwell on such a theme. It was long ere her spirits were sufficiently tranquilized to admit of her returning to the frivolous being with whom she was still associated, but from whom she was soon to part, most probably forever. With her own heart overflowing with love and gratitude to the divine disposer of events, fain would she have sought to impart to another of his creatures a portion of that heavenly mindedness which was the fountain of her own happiness. But Lady Elizabeth rejected with horror, as something that savored of Methodism and enthusiasm, the slightest allusion to anything of a sacred nature when spoken out of church, and preferred the indulgence of her own disturbed fancy, as it painted to her pleasures and triumphs that might have been hers, to all the peculiar treasures of wisdom and peace which could be offered to her. The day was far advanced ere she made her appearance, if possible, in increased ill humour. As she dawdled over her déjeuner à fourchette, suddenly the sound of horses' feet at full speed was heard advancing, and as Edith raised her eyes she caught a glimpse of one of Lady Waldegrave's grooms, as he galloped past the window, his horse in a foam. He stopped at the principal entrance, and presently a loud, unsteady, ominous-sounding knock was heard at the hall door. "Who was that?" cried Lady Elizabeth. "I think it is a messenger from Woodlands," said Edith. "Ah, but he comes too late. I will listen to no apology now. The time is past." And at that moment the butler entered with consternation on his face. "An express from Woodlands, my lady." "Well, what then?" demanded his lady peevishly. "Sir Reginald has been badly hurt, my lady." "Badly hurt?" repeated she, much in the same tone. "Yes, my lady, wounded." "Wounded? How very unpleasant. How was it? Where? Edith, do you hear that?" Edith did hear, but pale and panic-struck, she was unable to articulate. "The ball has not been extracted, my lady." "A ball? Good heavens, how shocking! I am quite overcome. How dreadful! Do call Monsieur Lamont. I shall certainly faint." "Lady Waldegrave is in great distress, my lady." Edith waited to hear no more, but quitting the apartment as Monsieur Lamont entered, she hastened to find the servant and learn from himself what had actually taken place. But the man seemed too much stunned and surprised to be able to give a clear account of what had happened. What he did relate, however, was sufficiently tragical and appalling. Sir Reginald had fought that morning with Lord Herbert, and had been brought home severely wounded. The report of his death had circulated among his creditors, and executions were already in the house. Lady Waldegrave was in fits, and left almost alone, the party having dispersed. Such was the amount of intelligence with which Edith returned to the breakfast table. "This is Too shocking, much too shocking, exclaimed Lady Elizabeth in one of her hysterical tremors. What is to be done? Had we not best go to Woodlands immediately? Replied Edith, who, though trembling with horror, remained calm and collected. Why, yes, perhaps so. And yet what can I do now? Had I been in the house, as I ought to have been, it would have been very different. But now I can do nothing. The time is past. Oh, no, do not say so, cried Edith. This is the time to be of use to Lady Waldegrave, now when she is in affliction. Oh, surely you will go to her. Why, considering how I have been treated, said her ladyship with asperity. Ah, do not think of that at such a time, interrupted Edith with emotion. It is the most inconvenient time for me that could possibly be, replied her ladyship sharply. And at the very moment when I was setting off. My nerves so shook, too, with what has passed. How in the world did it happen? I cannot tell, cried Edith. I only know Sir Reginald has fought and been wounded, perhaps dying, added she, bursting into tears. Shocking and foolish! 'Tis too much. And an execution in the house, that surely might have been prevented. Let us still try what may be done. Oh, let us hasten to Woodlands. Have patience, child. How is it possible for me, situated as I am? And what am I to do after I am there? Then suffer me to go. Allow me to order the carriage. Why, that is certainly very inconvenient for me. But, however, I suppose I must give up thoughts of going today. At least I shall not decide upon anything till you return. So pray make haste. Tell Florinda how excessively I have been shocked. And by the by, I shall send my physician to poor Sir Reginald. Monsieur Lamotte will accompany you. But Edith had learnt from the servant that there was abundance of medical assistance already provided. She therefore declined the attendance of Monsieur Lamotte, and the carriage having been quickly got ready, she threw herself into it, every consideration absorbed in generous sympathy for those she was so earnest to befriend. How changed was the scene that awaited her at Woodlands from that which she had witnessed not many hours before! Then all had been sunshine and gaiety and melody. Now the day was chill and dull. The velvet lawn and beauteous flower beds were already defaced and trodden down. Carts were loading in front of the house. The broad flight of steps was strewed with every description of furniture and valuables. The beautiful vases, filled with the choicest exotics, had been overturned or broken in pieces, and their fragments lay mingled with the cherished plants that had graced them. Grim, scowling, hardened-looking men were pushing and swearing at one another as they each laid claim to some article of value, and their loud execrations and tumultuous din were still worse than the silent mementos of ruin which lay scattered around. The hall, lately filled with the fairest works of Italy, now presented a similar scene of devastation. The public rooms were fast dismantling. Lady Waldegrave's suite had already been despoiled of its treasures. Shuddering at this painful spectacle, Edith, after some delay, got one of the housemaids to conduct her to Lady Waldegrave. As she passed along, she met one of the surgeons coming from Sir Reginald's apartment, and she was relieved to hear from him that the wound was not considered dangerous, that the ball which had entered the fleshy part of the shoulder had been safely extracted. The only danger now to be dreaded was from the agitation of mind occasioned by the distressing scenes that were passing, and which it was impossible wholly to conceal from his knowledge. With a heart lightened of half its cares for the wretched fate of one who had been so dear to her, Edith followed her guide, shuddering with horror at the scenes of ferocious pillage she everywhere encountered. At length, in a chamber in the attics, she found the refuge of the hapless mistress of all this splendid ruin. Lady Waldegrave was extended on the bed, perfectly calm, as if from exhaustion, but with misery and despair impressed on every feature. On Edith's entrance she half opened her eyes, but immediately closed them, as if determined neither to notice nor be noticed. Edith, however, approached the bed, and taking the hand which lay almost powerless by her, pressed it in hers. Still Lady Waldegrave remained immovable. Edith was silent for some minutes. At length she said, "I have come on Lady Elizabeth's account as well as my own. She charged me to express to you her sorrow on this occasion." Lady Waldegrave made no reply. "She will come to you, I am sure, if you wish it," resumed Elizabeth, but she received no answer. "In the meantime, if I can be of any service to you—" "Oh, those horrid sounds!" exclaimed Lady Waldegrave, shrieking and burying her face in her pillow, as a volley of abuse and imprecations ascended from beneath her window. "Will no one save me from this?" And wild hysterical sobs shook her frame. "I fear it is impossible," said Edith soothingly. "Distressing as it is, do try to bear it." "Is there nobody to assist me? Nobody to drive away these people, these robbers? They have seized even my jewels," she exclaimed, casting her eyes up to heaven as if in appeal. "This is indeed a trial painful for you to endure," said Edith in the same gentle tone. "But distressing as it is, there is still comfort in the midst of it. What a consolation to know that Sir Reginald's wound is not dangerous!" Lady Waldegrave waved her head with a gesture of impatience. "Ah, Florinda, think what it might have been to himself, what he might have inflicted on another, and thank God it is no worse." "He could have done nothing worse than he has done," exclaimed she passionately. "He has been the ruin of my happiness, of my fortune, of my reputation. His very name is my abhorrence." Edith's blood ran cold. "Oh, Florinda, in mercy do not talk thus. Remember he is your husband, the father of your child." "And has been the ruin of myself and my child by his madness. But do not mention him." Edith feared there was guilt, no less than folly, in the case, or at least imprudence bordering upon guilt, and she said in a faltering voice, "I am ignorant of the cause of this unhappy rencontre." Lady Waldegrave's color rose. "Then 'tis well you should remain so. But no, that cannot be. You will hear 1,000 lies, and you will perhaps believe them all, as some other of my friends have done, and like them you will desert me in the time of need." "No," said Edith, "happen what may, I will not desert you in your present situation." Again Lady Waldegrave's color deepened, while with a rising at her throat she said, "What? Not even if you should be told that my husband fought to avenge his honor?" Edith became pale as death, and for some minutes she was unable to articulate. At length, in a low voice of deep emotion, she said, "Not even then could I forsake you in the hour of need." For a moment Lady Waldegrave appeared slightly touched. Then in increasing confusion she went on, "The world had chosen to give me Lord Herbert as a lover. I need not tell you who know me, and had opportunities of judging for yourself, that it was a mere idle or malicious rumor, such as are circulated in thousands every day, and which nobody pays any regard to, but having drunk too much wine, or lost too much money, or in short, I cannot tell how. but in a moment of delirium, Sir Reginald thought proper to become jealous and to insult Lord Herbert. The consequence was, it was necessary they should go out this morning. Judge then whether I have not cause of resentment." "I cannot judge," said Edith faintly. "God only can judge. But if you are innocent—" "Can you doubt it?" interrupted Lady Waldegrave indignantly. "At least there must have been imprudence to justify the suspicion of guilt," said Edith. "I am no hypocrite. I never studied appearances." "Then, since conscious of your innocence, you can more easily forgive Sir Reginald if the imprudence has been his," said Edith. "You know not what I have to forgive," cried Lady Waldegrave passionately. "When brought home, even in presence of my servants, he ordered me from his sight. Can I forgive such an insult as that?" "Forgive all, as you hope to be forgiven," said Edith. "Do not talk to me any more of this horrid affair, for heaven's sake, but tell me what I shall do, how I shall get away from these dreadful scenes." "Sir Reginald cannot be removed," said Edith. "Surely then you will not leave the house while he is in it?" "To what purpose should I remain?" cried Lady Waldegrave impatiently. "To be near him," replied Edith. "What? After having suffered so great an indignity?" "Yes, assuredly. He must have suffered. He is still suffering, much on your account. His state must still be precarious." "Pshaw! Nonsense! The wound is a mere nothing. Dr. Smith told me so himself." "But the agitation of his mind may render it dangerous. Should it prove so, as who can tell? And if in the prospect of danger he should wish to see you once more to exchange forgiveness, ah, Florinda, could you ever forgive yourself if you had forsaken your husband's dying bed?" "But how is it possible for me to remain in this wretched state?" she exclaimed, giving way to a violent burst of selfish sorrow as she cast her eyes around the room. "This apartment is quite comfortable," said Edith, "and if you will allow me, I will share it with you while you remain." "But oh, do not think of quitting the house while your husband is in it. If, as you say, your reputation is at stake, surely even on that account you are better here than you could be elsewhere." That consideration seemed to have some weight, and at length Edith prevailed. She therefore sent back the carriage to Lady Elizabeth, with a note to prepare her for what she had to encounter, and a request that she would lose no time in coming to her daughter. Then, with all the ardor and sweetness of Christian charity, she devoted herself to the task she had undertaken, of supporting the wretched being thus thrown upon her compassion. End of chapter 46. Section 47 of Destiny, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christine Rottger. Destiny, Volume 2, by Susan Edmonstone Ferrier. Chapter 47. Although Lady Waldegrave had expressed a wish that her mother should come to her, yet no sooner did she hear of her arrival than it was apparent it had only been for the sake of appearances she had desired her presence. "For heaven's sake, do not suffer mamma to talk to me," cried she to Edith. "It will kill me if she does. I cannot be tortured with questions. I shall go distracted if she talks of what has passed." But the duel, its causes and consequences, had made slight impression on Lady Elizabeth's mind, in comparison to the execution and its effects. These, together with her own injuries and distresses, affected her so much that some time elapsed before she was sufficiently composed to be conducted to her daughter. For some time sobs and broken exclamations were all the conversation. "My poor, dear Florinda!" exclaimed she, in hysterical emotion. "Good heavens, how shocking! But you know I told you you certainly would be punished for your undutiful behavior towards me. Not that I blame you, my sweetest, and all those charming pictures and marbles shocking, and that mosaic table which I did covet. It quite kills me to think of it. I foresaw this marriage would be your ruin, my darling, but we won't talk of it. How sadly you must have been shook by all this. Dr. Smith assures me a wound in the shoulder is nothing, but you look very ill yourself, my dear, quite abîmée, and I have had a wretched night. Only conceive how very inconvenient such a contretemps. Everything was packed up, and, in fact, I was just setting off for the continent when I received the provoking intelligence. But I have put off my departure for a few days, that I may see you tolerably comfortable before I go. I am happy you've got dear, good Edith. She will, I am sure, do everything for you, but it is dreadful remaining here. Surely, my dear, you will leave this dreadful place." "I know not where to go," said Lady Waldegrave despairingly. "How foolish, my dear, to talk so. Can't you go to town?" "And find things worse, if possible, than even here," replied Lady Waldegrave in the same tone. "Shocking. We'll go anywhere, to an hotel, in short, you can be at no loss. But, apropos, what was the cause of that horrid affair? How was it? Lord Herbert is the best-natured man in the world." "Some foolish quarrel about anything or nothing," cried Lady Waldegrave. "But pray, mamma, don't remain in this scene of horrors. It makes me wretched to see you. It does, indeed." "'Tis very sad, and Monsieur Lamotte was quite opposed to my coming, but I said I was determined, whatever it might cost, to make a point of seeing you. I knew it would do you good, and that I should feel more comfortable, for, you know, there are such absurd things said upon these occasions. My maid told me this morning the talk in the neighborhood was that you had actually gone off with Lord Herbert. Shocking and foolish. That Sir Reginald had pursued you and fought, and in short, I can't tell you what ridiculous things are said, but it is quite a comfort to me to see you so well, although you do look pale. But surely those odious people will be obliged to replace everything, and apropos, they can have no right whatever to my car and doves, and I assure you those wings cost me a great deal of money. How kind in Lady Heywood to take poor Dudley out of the way." In this manner she continued to babble on till she took her departure, with a promise of returning the following day. But in the interim she had caught cold by her visit to Woodlands, she said, which kept her at home, and Lady Waldegrave was seized with a nervous, feverish attack, which confined her to bed. Slighted and neglected by the few attendants who remained, it was Edith's part to nurse and tend her, which she did day and night with the most unremitting care and tenderness. Florinda received many pretty little pink and blue billets from dear friends in town who were dying to hear of her, and some even left cards of inquiry in the course of their morning's airing, but not one came to offer personal aid or sympathy. Lady Elizabeth seemed to think she had amply discharged her maternal duties by a single visit, for the next account of her was that she had set off for Paris, where she said she would expect to hear from dear Florinda before proceeding to Rome, where it was absolutely necessary she should winter. Admiral and Lady Arabella Conway had been kindly attentive, and done all in their power to promote the comfort of the wretched pair, thus thrown for the present on the resources of their friends. They were not ignorant of the rumors that were afloat concerning the cause of the duel, and without pretending to form a judgment one way or other, they had from the first agreed with Edith on the propriety of Lady Waldegrave remaining where she was. She seemed now on the brink of a precipice, and a single false step might plunge her in irretrievable ruin. She had also abated much of the high tone which she had first assumed, and it was evident she was willing to submit to at least the appearance of a reconciliation. During this period Sir Reginald had been making rapid progress towards recovery, as was learnt from his medical attendants, for neither by word nor deed had he taken the slightest notice of Lady Waldegrave. The time was now come, however, when some explanation must take place. He had been able for the first time to be moved into the study adjoining his dressing-room, and having stood that trial, he had declared his determination of being removed to town the following day. On receiving this information, Florinda appeared overwhelmed with surprise and mortification. It was evident from this that it was Sir Reginald's intention to abandon her, to leave her destitute, friendless, almost penniless, with a stain upon her reputation which this desertion would render forever indelible. In the tumult of her feelings she wrote to him, but her letter was returned in a blank cover unopened. When the first burst of passionate indignation at this insult had subsided, she besought Edith to see him and learn from himself what his intentions were, to represent to him the sacrifice she had made in refusing to quit the house while he remained in it, and finally that it was the opinion of her family and friends that no separation ought to take place at present. No office could be more revolting to Edith's feelings than the one she was thus called to undertake, and by whom? By her who had so cruelly supplanted her in those affections which had once been her all. Was it indeed possible she was called upon to go a supplicant for favor to her now deserted rival? But Edith's pure and generous heart felt no base triumph at the thought. No unhallowed gleam of pleasure shone in her sad but pitying eyes as she beheld the wretchedness of one who had wrought her so much woe. Florinda's tears and entreaties prevailed over Edith's better judgment and finer feelings, and she sent to request an interview with Sir Reginald. Only the purity and the rectitude of her intentions could have justified to herself the step she was now taking, in thus interfering between those bound by so near and holy a tie which when burst asunder can never be hallowed and blessed again. It was with such painful and embarrassing feelings that Edith entered the apartment where Sir Reginald lay reclining on a sofa, pale and emaciated, with the languor of sickness and sorrow diffused over his form and features. He rose to receive her, his wounded arm suspended in a sling, and as he extended his hand to her, she shuddered as she thought how recently that hand had been uplifted to take away the life of another. Both were deeply affected, and for some minutes neither spoke. At length, making an effort, he said, "This is a kind visit, Edith. If I cannot say more—" His voice faltered, and he stopped. "Do not say anything on that subject," replied Edith gently. "It is enough that you believe it is kindly meant." Sir Reginald pointed to an open letter which lay on the table before him, and while wounded pride seemed to struggle with a better feeling, he said, "Do you know from whence this came? It is from Admiral Conway." Edith took the paper, on which was simply written, "A loan from an old friend." It contained bills to the amount of £500, and, even through the attempted disguise of the hand, she recognized, with an emotion of surprise and pleasure, the writing of Mr. Malcolm. "I am certain it is not from Admiral Conway," she said, "but there is a subject of greater interest I would speak to you of." I am aware of all you have done, said Sir Reginald, and I know you can mean nothing that is not good, but, added he in increasing agitation, the best intentions may be mistaken. They who mean well may be misled. Edith hesitated to proceed, as she perceived him already prepared to deprecate the introduction of the subject on which she had come, and she remained silent and irresolute. In a few minutes Sir Reginald, with more firmness, said, "There is one subject, Edith, and only one, which I would not have you name to me. On any other say what you will." "I will not affect to misunderstand you, Sir Reginald," said Edith. "There is a subject which you may well deem too delicate to be intruded upon. I feel it is so, and fain, very fain, I would be spared." "I believe you," replied Sir Reginald bitterly. "The task is not one fitted for you." "But I have undertaken it," Edith said faintly. "But you know not, you could not know, what it was you had undertaken. It has been imposed upon you by another." "Be it so," said Edith soothingly. "Can you blame that wife who would try every method to be reconciled to her husband?" The cloud still deepened on Sir Reginald's brow as he said, "Yes, I blame the wife who, conscious of her own unworthiness, could stain the purity of another by employing her to plead her cause." "Then see and hear her plead her own cause," said Edith earnestly, with a deepening color. "Neither and never," answered Sir Reginald sternly. "Oh, in mercy say not so. That is a fearful word. As you hope to be forgiven yourself, forgive her. Erring and imprudent she admits she has been, but in the face of heaven she attests her innocence." She paused, but Sir Reginald made no reply. She trusted that he was relenting, and went on, "Surely then you will not visit her errors thus harshly. You will not cast from you the being you vowed to love and protect. She is in sickness, in sorrow, your own Florinda, the mother of your boy. Ah, Reginald, surely you will not thus abandon her." "'Tis in vain," answered Sir Reginald with a convulsive gasp, and shading his face with his hand. "Think how you once loved her," said Edith imploringly. "You know how I did," he replied in a tone so deep and stern as thrilled to Edith's heart. Tears rose to her eyes. She felt she could say no more. Sir Reginald made another effort to regain his firmness, but his voice still faltered when he said, "This is perhaps the only request I could have refused you, but I do refuse it. My happiness has been sacrificed, my confidence has been forever destroyed, and 'tis in vain to strive to renew it." He paused, then resumed in a firm and decided tone. "When I go to town, arrangements shall be immediately made for final separation. All that can be done for her comfort shall be done on my part. Now God bless you, Edith. Will you not say as much for me?" "Ah, Reginald," said Edith, as the tears dropped upon the hand which held hers, "the blessings which I would ask for you of God are those which you would reject. But I do ask of him," added she with fervor, "to bless you with the knowledge of himself." They pressed each other's hands in silence and parted forever. There was more of indignation than sorrow in Lady Waldegrave's emotion when made acquainted with her husband's determination. The same day, having received a remittance from Sir Reginald, she set off for Paris to join Lady Elizabeth, and Edith returned to her dear friends at Oakley House to await the arrival of the Ribleys. End of chapter 47. Section 48 of Destiny, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christine Rottger. Destiny, Volume 2, by Susan Edmonstone Ferrier. Chapter 48. The autumn was now far advanced, and even amid the pomp of groves and garniture of the field, Edith sighed as she thought of that glorious effulgence which, at this season more especially, would be lighting up her own mountain land. Of those setting suns, not, as in softer climes, sinking gently and imperceptibly to rest, but retiring in the full majesty of a splendid retinue of gorgeous clouds, and even with their last rays imparting new beauty to the purple mountain, the green wave, and the gray rock. And oh, what thick coming fancies, what visions of even earthly joy were now associated in her mind with the thoughts of her Highland home. The Admiral and Lady Arabella were aware of the attachment which had been formed between her and Melcombe, but they felt satisfied when they also learnt that it was when she should be in the midst of her nearest and dearest friends he was to return to claim her, and from their hands that he was to receive her. After repeated delays, the Ribleys at length arrived, and Edith, to the mutual regret of herself and her kind friends, bade them adieu, and returned once more to the Grove and the Mall. The delays had been occasioned by Mrs. Ribley's illness. She had had several bilious attacks, and was still evidently far from being convalescent. She nevertheless relaxed nothing of her minute observances, but pursued her course of small, dull, frivolous occupations with unabated rigor. "Being very near losing Kitty, my dear," said Mr. Ribley to Edith, with a shake of his head. "Sad thing, if I had lost Kitty, my dear, eh?" "You are very good, Mr. Ribley," said his lady gravely, "and it did occur to me that, should you have been deprived of me, probably your best plan would have been, at the proper period, to have paid your addresses to our tired and excellent friend, Mrs. Rose Popkin. Surely, my dear, if I didn't think the very same thing. Nice little woman is Mrs. Rose. Pretty fortune of her own, and sure, my dear, if it hadn't been for her, the water sushi would have been quite spoiled." Mrs. Macaulay had made many attempts to be permitted to return to her cottage, but in vain. All her efforts to extricate herself from Johnny and his small people were fruitless. They had, one and all of them, discovered her value, and while she remained within their reach, it was evident she would never be suffered to rest. Edith had gone to visit her as often as it was in her power, and had found her the inmate of a small, crowded, noisy dwelling, beset with spoiled, sickly children, hanging round her, clinging to her, leaning and sitting upon her in all directions. The effect of all this was beginning to be visible upon her. Her neat, straight back seemed bending, as if more from the weight of children than of years. Her cheeks were drawn down, as if by the constant stroking of fond hands. Her bright sunny eyes looked red and heavy, as if from want of sleep, and she said she thought she was getting a little deaf, but maybe it was only the din of the bairns, poor things. Altogether she had got what Mrs. Johnny, in her dialect, called a "pulled look." Edith, grieved to behold the ravages committed upon her dear old friend by the concentrated affection of a whole family, prevailed so far as to have her brought to the cottage for a week or two previous to the time when the Ribleys were to remove to town. "Oh, my dear," said she to Edith as, the first day of her return, she sat in the little garden basking in the mild rays of an autumnal sun. "This is a cordial to my heart, and how thankful I ought to be, though I am not just so stout as I was, that I am permitted to sit at my ease here, with all my senses about me, and for, as old as I am, to be able to watch the sun going down, and to smell the flowers, and to hear the birds sing. 'Deed, that sweet robin redbreast puts me in mind of what I once read in an old book about it. And you know, though I'm no great reader, I never forget what I do read, which is a great mercy. As oft, says he, as I hear the robin redbreast chaunt it as cheerfully in September, the beginning of winter, as in March, the approach of summer, why should not we give as cheerful entertainment to the hoary, frosty airs of our age's winter, as to the primroses of our youth's spring? I am sent to the ant to learn industry, to the dove to learn innocency, to the serpent to learn wisdom, and why not to this bird to learn patience and cheerfulness? But, oh, my dear, where am I to go to learn something more particular of that fine creature that has gone away and left us? Not a bit, if I am any wiser than I was about him. But you know who I mean, my darling, or your cheeks would not turn so red. Dear Mackie, you will learn all in time. He will meet us at Ink Oran when... Edith could not proceed. Emotion choked her utterance. She could only press her friend's hands in silence as she laid her head upon her shoulder to hide the tears which were swimming in her eyes. Mrs. Macaulay understood what was implied in this agitation, and she exclaimed enraptured, "'Deed, then, and it gives me new heart to hear it, and I'll bide my time patiently. Did not I always tell you he would turn out well? Not a bit I would wonder if he was to turn out a Malcolm after all." In blissful anticipations of the great, though vague and shapeless things that were awaiting Glenroyd's daughter, Mrs. Macaulay soon regained her usual health and animation. When the time arrived for the Ribleys' removal to town, she again resumed her place in Johnny's family, but the period of her sojourn was to be short, as the winter was now advancing, and early in spring Captain Malcolm was to come in person to convey them once more to Ink Oran. Meanwhile, they had both devoted themselves to the duties that had devolved upon them. There was at least more variety and animation in Mrs. Macaulay's life than in Edith's, for her sole employment was to bear Mrs. Ribley company in her own apartment, to which she was chiefly confined. Certainly, if unfitness of minds in those who are condemned to associate closely together be a species of torture, as doubtless it is, Edith was sorely tried, but she bore it not only patiently but cheerfully, insomuch that even Mrs. Ribley's cold nature seemed thawing into something that could not be called affection, but was decided approbation. Her health, however, now began to improve, and at length she was so much recovered that Edith was permitted to spend a week or two occasionally with Lady Arabella, who seemed to have no fears of the contamination of the city communicating itself to Grosvenor Square. At this time Edith received a letter from Lady Elizabeth from Rome, written in her usual style. The purport of it was, in the first place, to let her know that she had quarreled with her daughter, who had gone to reside in Naples, and that she herself, feeling the want of a protector, was about to bestow her hand upon the Principe Pompolino, a very charming, talented person, though possessed of no fortune and not particularly handsome. Some time or another she hoped to make him known to dear Edith, who, she was sure, would admire him excessively. Edith recollected having heard her mention this same Principe more than once as a frightful, tiresome little wretch, full of pretension, who was said to have married his first wife for her fortune, and then starved and beat her to death. Shocking and foolish. So much for the pleasing prospect that had allured to him a second. Edith felt really distressed at the folly of the infatuated old woman, and thought what emblems she and her daughter presented of the weak and beggarly elements of merely worldly advantages. As for Sir Reginald, he was living in Paris on the debris of his fortune, in a career of heartless, joyless amusement, still the slave of the world, even while he hated the chain which bound him to it. From contemplations such as these, it was a relief even to turn to Mr. Ribley's transports of astonishment, disappointment, delight, and what not, as he announced one day the news he had just received. "Why, now, what do you think? Only guess. Sure you never would. Refused Miss Mogg, and now, what do you think? Going to be married. Going to be married to a lady of quality. Refused Miss Mogg, and going to be married to a duke's daughter. Why now, only think of my being an uncle-in-law to a duke's daughter. But then refuse £300,000? Have it all in a letter from himself." And he presented Edith with the letter he had received from Mr. Penshurst, containing the intelligence of his being the accepted lover of the Lady Mary Morden, and concluding with a hope that his uncle would enable him to make such settlements as the lady's rank rendered requisite. "Sure now, Kitty, my dear, if he had but taken Miss Mogg, what a fortune there would have been! £450,000. How comfortable for old Mogg and me to have put our money together, wouldn't it, Kitty, my dear?" "It would indeed, Mr. Ribley, but we must expect to meet with disappointments occasionally. All his own fault. But to think of his getting a duke's daughter must settle handsomely upon her. Suppose we shall go to court, Kitty, my dear, and be presented to their majesties upon the occasion, Kitty, my dear? Wonder what they will say to us." Edith was rejoiced to hear that Mr. Penshurst had got the better of his disappointment, and having heard Lady Arabella mention the lady's family in favorable terms, she trusted the marriage would prove a happy one. Mr. Ribley soon became reconciled to the loss of Miss Mogg's fortune in the splendor of this alliance, although his sensibilities were again awakened to the reality of the loss when he soon after read in the papers the marriage of the most noble Marquis of Carlingford to Charlotte Augusta Mogg, only child of Mark Mogg, Esquire of Myrtle Grove. Sure now, to think how Charles could refuse Miss Mogg, and she a marchioness, £300,000 and a marchioness. And Kitty, my dear, to think of old Mogg being a dowager marchioness. End of chapter 48. Section 49 of Destiny, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christine Rottger. Destiny, Volume 2 by Susan Edmonstone Ferrier. Chapter 49. It was now the season when the flowers appear on the earth. The time of the singing birds is come, and the voice of the turtle is heard in the land. The season when Edith was to exchange the crowded streets and stifling atmosphere of London for the silent glens and free mountain air of her dear Highland home. Captain Malcolm came, and joyful was the meeting between him and his beloved protégé. Edith had much pleasure in introducing her dear and venerated guardian to her friends, the Conways, and the liking which took place was reciprocal. They promised to pay a visit at Ink Oran in the course of the summer. "When I hope to dance a Highland reel at a Highland wedding," whispered the Admiral as he gave Edith a paternal embrace at parting. Mrs. Ribley took a more formal adieu, but her words, though few, were to the purpose. "In consideration," said she, "of the propriety with which you have conducted yourself while a member of this family, I think it proper to inform you that, in the event of my demise, I have, with Mr. Ribley's concurrence, bequeathed to you 1/2 of my fortune, at present vested in the 3% consols." "Goodbye, goodbye," said Mr. Ribley. "Better have stayed with us. Won't find bear's turtle soup in the Highlands. Perhaps find turtles of another sort. No green fat upon them, though, eh, Kitty, my dear?" "'Deed, I'm way to leave this world of brick and dust, after all," said Mrs. Macaulay as she wiped her eyes and turned her back on London. "When I think of the bits of childer that were so fond of me, and them all greetin', poor things, at my going away. Oh, surely that's one of the mercies of Providence, that wherever we go we'll find something to love, and somebody to love us. Do you not think so, my dear? But I beg your pardon. I had forgot that I was not to speak of that till the time comes." Captain Malcolm smiled as he perceived the blush which the simplicity of her old friend called up on Edith's cheek, and doubted not but the cause would soon be revealed to Mrs. Malcolm. It was a joyous day when the little party arrived at Inchwarren. The bright sun, the silvery atmosphere, the blue waters, the tender green of the foliage just bursting from the bud. But far beyond all the loveliness of nature were the glad faces, the fond tones, and the warm embrace of long-severed friends. Much was there to say and to tell on both sides, but oh, how much more had Edith to conceal! Still, as she looked on the fair and happy band that surrounded her, one place seemed empty. Still, amid all the loving looks that met hers, one look was wanting. Amid all the sweet gay tones that rang in her ear, the sweetest of all was silent. When the first joyful excitement had subsided, and affection had returned to the natural flow of calm social intercourse, it was then Mrs. Malcolm remarked with surprise the change that had taken place in Edith's manner. Instead of the calm, serene air which had formerly characterized her, she now had an anxious and abstracted look, or when roused from her reveries it seemed only to agitation or embarrassment. At times she appeared as if oppressed with a weight more than she could bear. At others a glow of pleasure would suddenly kindle on her cheek and sparkle in her eyes. Again her half-open lips seemed about to breathe the tale she longed to disclose, but, as if recalled to sudden recollection, she would quickly fly from the social circle and bury herself in solitude. Mrs. Malcolm knew her too well for a moment to suspect Edith would have any attachment she would blush to avow, and she waited patiently for some time in hopes she would disclose the mystery which seemed thus to be haunting her. But days passed on, and the symptoms of Edith's mental disquiet only became more striking. She seemed all eye and ear, the sight of a distant boat, the sound of a horse's feet, the entrance of a passing visitor, all startled and agitated her as though they had been strange and ominous events. At length her kind and gentle friend spoke as a tender mother would have done to the daughter she loved, and besought her to disclose the cause which was thus alienating her from the sympathies of all around. For some minutes Edith struggled with her emotion, but in vain. She could only throw herself into the arms of her friend and yield to the passionate overflow of feelings, taxed almost beyond endurance. At length she looked up, and the glow and the smile which shone through her tears told that a tale of happiness lay hid beneath this shrouded mystery. "Soon, very soon, all will be told," said she as her bosom heaved with emotion. "And oh, may your heart be strengthened to bear it even as mine has been. But do not ask me more." Mrs. Malcolm had too much delicacy to press the subject further, but she mused and pondered on these strange words, vainly seeking to elucidate their import. A few days after this, as Edith sat at breakfast with the family party, a letter was brought to her, which at a glance told was fraught with the tidings she had so long panted to tell. With a heart throbbing with emotion, yet unable to articulate, she hastily rose, and with trembling limbs sought the privacy of her own chamber, ere she ventured to open it, and it was through a mist of blinding tears she traced its contents. Now, dearest Edith, the time is come when I may claim you as my own. Tomorrow I shall be at Inch-Oran. Tomorrow I shall again behold the dear ones I so madly deserted. The concealment of 9 long years will be at an end. But oh, how dearly bought has this happy day been to all. With what shame I now disclose the wild act of boyish romance which has so long divided us. 9 years ago I returned a shipwrecked sea-boy to my home, but I learnt that my return would bring only poverty and ruin on all I loved. I saw them seemingly happy. I believed myself forgotten, and I resolved to sacrifice myself to the continuance of the happiness and prosperity of others. I fled far from all I loved. In my delirium I even rashly, impiously bound myself by a solemn vow never to reveal myself till the period arrived when I could give them a right to all the possessions they then enjoyed, but of which my return at that time would have stripped them. 'Tis to you, Edith, I commit my cause, to plead for me with the dear parents I so cruelly injured, by breaking the holy tie which should have bound me to them. But they will forgive me. You will be the link again to unite us. To your hands, then, I commit myself. To your discretion I trust the communication. Oh, how my heart has pined for this time, and how it feels overwhelmed at the very thought. My mother, pray for her, pray with her, and pray too, my first, my only love, for your Ronald Malcolm. Tomorrow! Was it indeed so near? And how prepare their hearts for the tide of joy which was about to rush in upon them? How call upon them to give up the dead, which had so long lain shrouded there, and receive in exchange the living to their arms? Oh no, it was not possible to prepare them for such a transition. It was by no slow and gradual light the truth could be learned. One single ray must flash instantaneous conviction on their souls. It was this consciousness which had hitherto restrained her from all attempts at a gradual disclosure. If the idea once took possession of the mind, with naught to feed and sustain it but a baseless hope and vague surmise, it could only serve to fever and disturb the imagination. Better it were that nothing should be hinted till all could be told. But she must first still the tumult of her own heart, that she might find gentle access to those of others. While yet unable to compose her spirits sufficiently to venture on the allotted task, a gentle tap at the door was followed by the entrance of Mrs. Malcolm, who, struck by the agitation of Edith's manner, and alarmed at her protracted absence, came to be satisfied if all were well. She looked with earnest inquiry on Edith's eloquent countenance, where all was struggling to reveal itself. "Edith," said she, taking her hand, "your spirit seems strangely stirred. If it is with joy, you will surely share it with me. If it is grief or anxiety, will you not suffer me to share it with you?" "Oh, it is something that differs from all," replied Edith with emotion. "It is joy, but joy so strange, so—" Mrs. Malcolm looked at her with surprise. It seems indeed strange that any joy should have such an effect upon you. No, oh no, you would not say so if you knew, if you could guess. Her heart throbbed violently, and her color went and came with the quickness of lightning. Then will you not tell me, my love, what it is that thus strangely moves you? Said her friend soothingly. After a struggle to repress her feelings, Edith succeeded. She became perfectly calm, but very pale, as she said, "Do you remember when once we talked of happiness? I knew not then what it was, but I believed you happy." She stopped. "Well, my love?" inquired Mrs. Malcolm in a tone of surprise. "You said you were not," resumed Edith in a low, suffocated voice. "That wandering thoughts, wild dreams of my Ronald," said Mrs. Malcolm mournfully. "Yes, long, too long, I struggled with the mingled feelings of despondency and hope and fear." "You believed that he had perished?" said Edith, once more regaining her composure. "At the end of 13 years, could you wish me to doubt it?" said Mrs. Malcolm almost reproachfully. "But you did once hope, even while you feared." Mrs. Malcolm sighed. "But now the hope and the fear are even as he is, no more." "Hope never dies, it is said," rejoined Edith with a beating heart. Mrs. Malcolm waved her head sorrowfully, and a sigh was her only answer. "At least it may revive, return. With God all things are possible. He can loose the prisoner's bonds. He can set the captive free. He can recall the dead to life. Oh, he can make even the seas give up their dead." Struck with the trembling fervor of her tones, for a moment Mrs. Malcolm regarded the deep, glowing expression of Edith's countenance. Then, as a sudden conviction flashed upon her, she wildly exclaimed, "My son! Oh, do not mock me, say—" Edith opened her arms to receive her, and while tears of rapture streamed from her eyes, she faintly articulated, "He lives!" The mother uttered no cry, shed no tears. She stirred not, breathed not, but every fiber seemed as if stiffening into stone, while with pale lips and fixed but vacant eye, she gazed wistfully upon Edith, as though she looked on some fearful and delusive thing. "Will you not shed one tear, breathe one word of thanks to God?" said Edith soothingly. "For what?" inquired Mrs. Malcolm fearfully, as she laid her trembling hand on Edith's. "For Ronald, who lives and comes to bless and be blessed by you." At length the mother's tears did flow, and the fervent ejaculation broke from her lips. Then she called eagerly for her husband, for the dear partner of all her joys and sorrows, to share in the blessed tidings, and Edith left them to the overflow of feelings too sacred for aught but the eye of heaven to witness. Soon the joyful tidings spread, and everywhere they were received with rapture, for Ronald's name and memory had ever been fondly cherished far and near. Lucy, her husband, and 2 lovely children were hastily summoned to complete the happy group that waited impatiently to welcome the wanderer's return. Tomorrow, the blessed tomorrow! When would it come? Hours crept slowly along, hours, years, ages they seemed to those longing hearts, whose only cry was, "My son, my son!" But these hours passed away. The day was drawing to a close, and now the evening was come, such an evening as that on which Ronald had torn himself from all he loved, calm, fair, and holy. There sat the mother even as then, the glorious firmament and the glowing waters spread out before her, but her fervent eye was fixed with unvarying gaze on the going down of the sun, as though she sought to hasten its tardy course by marking each lessening ray, that sun whose next rising was to form a new epoch in her existence. And Edith was by her, watching the course of a still distant boat, which was rowed swiftly along. Its course was directed to Inch-Oran. With varying color she marked its progress. Nearer and nearer it drew. It reached the point, and in an instant, with light step, one sprang on shore. "'Tis he!" she exclaimed, starting up. "'Tis Ronald! Ronald is come!" was the glad cry which broke from every lip. Eager steps the threshold pressing, opened arms in haste advancing, joyful looks through blind tears glancing, that gladsome bounding of his aged hound. Say he, in truth is here, our long, long lost is found. But no such manifestations of delight came from the mother as she was clasped in the arms of her son. Her joy was too deep for words or looks or outward tokens, and long she remained unconscious of whose were the arms that supported her, whose the warm tears that dropped upon her pale cheek. When at length by these fond cares recalled to consciousness, ah, what a gaze was that which dwelt upon those dear and cherished features! Changed they might be to other eyes, but the look, the one look of her own child, what can efface that from the mother's heart? Still all seemed but as a dream, till, with his family and household assembled around him, she heard the father offer up to God his thanks for the recovery of his long-lost son, that the gift was acknowledged with tears of pious gratitude to him, the giver of every good and perfect gift. The Admiral kept his word. Lady Arabella and he came to Inch-Oran to witness the celebration of a Highland wedding. Ben Bowie was also forthcoming, in a waistcoat 10 times more conspicuous than ever. "That was very true, on my conscience, that was very true what you said of the grazings," said he to Mrs. Macaulay, as though he had been ruminating on it ever since, "and I've brought £1,000 for a tucher to Glenroy's daughter." "Ah, Ben Bowie, that is like you. But, 'deed, you've been rather long of thinking of it. For Providence has been as kind to her as to the little bee that it feeds from the dew and clouds. And now there's the sunshine and flowers, and she wants for nothing." The marriage of Ronald and Edith was blessed by the venerable Mr. Stewart, and the Admiral and Mrs. Macaulay danced a Highland reel with great spirit in honor of it. Thus, when it ended, she communed with her partner upon the event. "Oh, what curious creatures we are! To think if Glenroy was to look up, what he would say to see his daughter, the wife of Ronald Malcolm after all. Not a bit, but he was very near casting out with me once for evening her to such a thing. Oh, should not that make us humble and trustful, when it is shown to us poor blind critters that it is not in man that walketh to direct his steps, and to see how beautifully it is appointed to us, as to the natural creation, to have our tribulations and our consolations, if we would but look to the hand that sends them? For as the old Highland distich says, but as you do not understand Gaelic, I must give it to you in English. There is neither knoll nor rising, nor yellow-green grassy hillock, that will not for a space of time be joyous, and for a while be sad and tearful. The end. End of chapter 49. End of Destiny, Volume 2, by Susan Edmonstone Ferrier.